When the Reformation threatened the power of the Catholic Church and drew millions of people away from its clutches, Satan established a counter-Reformation designed to nullify the threat and reassert its position of dominance. At the Council of Trent from 1545 to 1563, a commission of cardinals was put together to clean up the Catholic Church and to reassert its position of authority as the only true Church of God. Fundamental to this movement was the establishment of new religious orders. The most famous order to be created at this time, and the one that has gone on to become the largest in the world, was the Society of Jesus, or as they are more commonly known, the Jesuits. They would become one of the most infamous organizations in history. It's important we explore the Jesuits because it gives us deep insight into the mind and tactics of our enemy, but for that same reason I want to preface it with a warning that the next few parts will be dealing with some very twisted and evil themes. The founder of the Jesuits was a man called Don Inigo Lopez, who was born into an extremely wealthy family in the Basque region of Spain in 1491. He later changed his name to Ignatius Loyola. As a young man, Loyola was said by police records to be proud, violent, vindictive, and dangerous. His great life's ambition was to become a powerful military commander, which was going well until one particular battle where a cannonball broke one of his legs and heavily wounded the other. This event effectively ended his military ambitions. He was removed from the field of battle, underwent numerous painful surgical operations, and spent a long time in recovery. During this period, Loyola had a nervous breakdown as he struggled to come to terms with the end of his army career and the end of his life's ambition. In this fragile mental state, as he lay there with little else to occupy his mind, he began reading a number of fanciful religious texts about the works of the Catholic saints. Particularly inspired by the life of St. Francis of Assisi, he set out to emulate his deeds and those of others like him. He began to envision Jesus as a type of great military commander, and thought that although his physical army career was over, he could instead become a kind of general in Jesus' army instead, the goal of which would be to capture the world. Now as a cripple, he made his way across Spain to the mountains of Montserrat, where there was a Benedictine monastery. Within this monastery was a sacred goddess idol called the Black Virgin of Montserrat, which he stood before in vigil for 3 days. There he committed himself and his work to her. By doing so, he committed himself to the demonic goddess Asherah. From here, he decided that he would go to Jerusalem and conquer the Muslim world for Catholicism. His ambitions were halted, however, as Barcelona had the plague, and he was forced to stay in the small town of Manresa for 10 months instead. For those 10 months, he lived in a cave, torturing himself physically and mentally, until he began to have dreams and visions. Through these hallucinations, he claimed that the secret doctrine of the Catholic Church was taught to him by a form in the air near him, and this form gave him much consolation because it was exceedingly beautiful. It somehow seemed to have the shape of a serpent and had many things that shone like eyes, but were not eyes. He received much delight and consolation from gazing upon this object, but when the object vanished, he became disconsolate. Here we see the telltale signs of a demonic cave revelation, exactly like that which Muhammad experienced. More explicitly than Muhammad's encounter, the being came in the form of a serpent rather than an angel of light. Similar to Muhammad, Loyola found himself prone to depression after contact. After the 10-month period in the cave, Loyola proceeded to Jerusalem, where he approached the Franciscan monks. They told him to go home as they did not want any political trouble. It was upon his return to Spain that he started formal training by studying theology at various universities. At this time he, along with a small band of companions, also started making disciples of others. While Loyola preached, it was noted that some of his female followers became so hysterically zealous that one fell senseless, another sometimes rolled about on the ground, another had been seen in the grip of convulsions or shuddering and sweating in anguish. Clearly demonic activity was at work following his cave experience and commitment to the demonic Asherah idol, and for the rest of his life he was known for having mystic powers. In the coming years he would be thrown into jail twice under the suspicion that he was a member of the Alumbrado, or as we know them, the Illuminati, and we'll discover more about them later. The description of people falling senseless and going into convulsions may remind you of scenes from Christian churches in recent times. To deal with that, I want to refer you to a 3-part series called Kundalini Warning, which I'll provide links for below. Please watch all the way to the end for a balanced opinion. By 1534, Ignatius Loyola had 6 key companions, all of whom he had met at university, and they formed the initial military brotherhood of the Society of Jesus. On the morning of 15th of August 1534, they met in the crypt of the Church of Our Lady of the Martyrs at Montmartre, and took solemn vows committing themselves to their lifelong work. As a man with an army background, Loyola created his order with the principles and disciplines that he had been used to as a soldier. The leader demanded the unquestioning obedience from his inferiors. Loyola was made the first superior general of the order, and they began the work of opposing the Reformation and re-establishing the dominance of the Catholic Church in Europe and around the world. They made their way to Rome where, in time, their society was accepted by the Pope, who at that time was Paul III. Paul III had seen the need of such a military order to repel the progress that the Protestant Reformation was making, as the Catholic Church seemed powerless by its own means. The Pope invested in them the authority to excommunicate all who would hinder or who do not aid the society, to confer orders, preach and administer the sacraments, to change their general, to absolve heretics as well as imprison the excommunicate, to exercise episcopal functions, to confirm, exercise, dispense, etc., to disguise themselves, to carry movable altars, give plenary indulgences, to live exempt, free from secular powers, taxes, as well as jurisdiction, authority, sentence, and command of any other ordinary delegate, judge, magistrate, from any search. In other words, the Jesuits were given authority from the Catholic Church to operate above the law and to employ any means necessary to do their work. With this remit, in time, the Jesuits became the most prominent and powerful of Catholic weapons against the Reformation. Key to Ignatius Loyola's order were something called the spiritual exercises. These were based on the experiences and secret teachings he had received whilst in the cave at Manresa. He basically made a template of what he had done in the cave to summon the serpent with the secret knowledge, and then passed it on to his followers. These spiritual exercises formed the foundation of his entire movement. All Jesuits would have to go through them in order to bring themselves to the same kind of mind as Loyola had himself after 10 months in the cave. They involved systematic meditation, prayer, contemplation, visualization and illumination, and would lead to a trance-like state of ecstasy. By following these rituals, he and his followers were even seen to levitate off the floor. The spiritual exercises initiation would take 30 days, and initiates were brought through them by a supervisor or director. For the entirety of that period they were told what to think, how to feel, when to groan, what to sigh, what to imagine, and they were to cut off all normal human emotion throughout those experiences. By the end of the 30 days the initiate was to have his mind broken like that of a horse, so that he was now ready to be utterly obedient in all things. An observer of the Jesuits wrote, "Not only visions were prearranged, but also sights, inhalings, breathing was noted down, the pauses and intervals of silence were written down like a music sheet, which meant that the man, being inspired or not, became a machine who had to sigh, sob, groan, cry, shout, or catch his breath at the exact moment and in the order which experience showed to be the most profitable." Using this method, Loyola needed only 30 days to break someone's will and reasoning. The Jesuit initiates, once brainwashed or programmed by the spiritual exercises and further training, were to become as puppets to their superiors. Their constitution states that the Jesuit must give instant compliance to those above them in the hierarchy, completely sacrificing their own will in the process. They were to be directed under divine providence by their superiors, just as if they were a corpse, which allows itself to be moved and handled in any way. Their constitution justifies this absolute and unquestioning obedience by claiming the general of the Jesuits is in the place of Jesus Christ. Like the Pope, the general has invested in himself spiritual authority for worldly power and control. In more than 500 places in the Jesuit constitution, it is taught that the Jesuits should see Jesus in their general. The blasphemy continues in the Constitution, saying, "No constitution, declaration, or any order of living can involve an obligation to commit sin, mortal or venial, unless the superior command it in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, or by virtue of holy obedience, which shall be done in those cases or persons wherein it shall be judged to conduce the particular good of each, or to the general advantage, and instead of the fear of offence, let the love and desire of all perfection succeed, that greater glory of Christ, our Creator and Lord, may follow." That nonsense just means that the Jesuit superiors can command an inferior to commit a sin in the name of Jesus Christ if they feel the end justifies the means, or if it leads to the greater glory of God in their eyes. Loyola even said, "I will believe that the white that I see is black if the hierarchical church so defines it." The order operated on the basis of complete, blind, mechanical obedience to those who are higher up in the hierarchical structure. The entire organization in turn would be at the disposal of the Pope as an army of the most zealous and dedicated spiritual warriors for the Vatican. They specialized in warfare by stealth and deception to undermine the enemy being true Christians of the Reformation. We gain the fullest understanding of their deceitfully wicked intentions if we read their oath, and so we'll go through that in the next part. But before we leave the spiritual exercises, another warning against deception. Paul wrote to Timothy that towards the end of time, people would begin to abandon the faith and instead follow deceiving spirits and things taught by demons. Here are the words of popular American pastor Tony Campolo in his letter called "Becoming Actualized Christians." I learned about this way of having a born-again experience from reading Catholic mystics, especially the spiritual exercises of Ignatius Loyola. Ignatius, a founder of the Jesuit order, was once a soldier, and it was only when he spent a long time in a hospital bed recovering from a battle wound that his heart and mind focused on God. Like most Catholic mystics, he developed an intense desire to experience a oneness with God. Gradually, he came to feel an intense yearning for the kind of spiritual purity that he believed would enable him to experience the fullness of God's presence within. Tony Campolo goes on to say, "After the Reformation, we Protestants left behind much that was troubling about Roman Catholicism of the 15th century. I am convinced we left too much behind. The methods of praying employed by the likes of Ignatius have become precious to me. With the help of some Catholic saints, my prayer life has deepened." We know that behind the Catholic saints are demons, and we know that the spiritual exercises are satanic. Beware the emergent church movement in particular, which we'll look at later in some depth. Satan is trying to sneak his poison into Christianity, and this is why it's so important we study this stuff, so that we're not led astray through lack of knowledge, and so that we learn to recognize deception and evil even when it comes disguised as an angel of light through the lips of people who claim to be on God's side. We're now going to read the Jesuit oath to gain an insight into exactly how they went about trying to destroy the work of the Reformation. When I warned that we'd be going into some twisted and disturbing stuff, this is one of the things I had in mind. It's an extremely disturbing document, but it's important to go over it, as it doesn't just give us insight into the Jesuits. By proxy, it gives us deep insight into the mind of our demonic enemy as a whole, and the tactics that Satan may still employ today against us. Remember, he has no new tricks. Incidentally, I'll post a copy of this in the notes section of the Fuel Project Facebook page if you want to read it again. My son, you have been taught to act the dissembler, amongst the Roman Catholics to be a Roman Catholic, and to be a spy even among your own brethren, to believe no man, to trust no man, among the Reformers to be a Reformer, among the Huguenots to be a Huguenot, among the Calvinists to be a Calvinist, among the Protestants generally to be a Protestant, and obtaining their confidence to seek even to speak from their pulpits, and to denounce with all vehemence in your nature our holy religion and the Pope, and even to descend so low as to become a Jew amongst the Jews, that you might be enabled to gather together all information for the benefit of your order as a faithful soldier of the Pope. You have been taught to insidiously plant the seeds of jealousy and hatred between states that were at peace, and incite them to deeds of blood involving them in war with each other, and to create revolutions and civil wars in communities, provinces and countries that were independent and prosperous, cultivating the arts and the sciences, and enjoying the blessings of peace. To take sides with the combatants and to act secretly in concert with your brother Jesuit, who might be engaged on the other side, but openly opposed to that which you might be connected, only that the Church might be the gainer in the end, in the conditions fixed in the treaties for peace, and that in the end justifies the means. You have been taught your duties as a spy to gather all statistics, facts and information in your power from every source, to ingratiate yourself into the confidence of the family circle of Protestants and heretics of every class and character, as well as that of the merchant, the banker, the lawyer, amongst the schools and universities, in parliament and legislatures, and in the judiciaries and councils of state, and to be all things to all men for the Pope's sake, whose servants we are unto death. You have received all your instructions heretofore as a novice, a neophyte, and have served as a coadjutor, confessor, and priest, but you have not yet been invested with all that is necessary to command in the army of Loyola in the service of the Pope. You must serve the proper time as the instrument and executioner as directed by your superiors, for none can command here who has not consecrated his labours with the blood of the heretic, for without the shedding of blood no man can be saved. Therefore, to fit yourself for your work and make your own salvation sure, you will, in addition to your former oath of obedience to your order and allegiance to the Pope, repeat after me. I promise that, and declare that I will, when opportunity presents, make and wage relentless war, secretly or openly, against all Protestants and Liberals as I am directed to do, to extirpate and exterminate them from the face of the whole earth, and that I will spare neither age, sex, or condition, and that I will hang, burn, waste, boil, flay, strangle, and bury alive these infamous heretics, rip up the stomachs and wombs of their women, and crush their infants' heads against the walls, in order to annihilate for ever their execrable race. That when the same cannot be done openly, I will secretly use the poisoned cup, the strangulating cord, the steel of the poniard, or the leaden bullet, regardless of the honour, rank, dignity, or authority of the person or persons, whatever may be their condition in life, either public or private, as I at any time may be directed to do so by any agent of the Pope, or superior of the Brotherhood of the Holy Faith, the Society of Jesus. By reading these words we gain a full appreciation of their shocking tactics, which can be summed up like this. Their intention was to become part of the faith, system, culture, or group that they intended to destroy. Then from within they would sow seeds of hate and division. Their method was to present themselves as one thing on the surface, but to be secretly working away with each other for a very different purpose behind the scenes. They would sometimes pretend to be enemies on opposing sides in public, but behind the scenes they were actually cohorts, working together towards the same goal. This type of attack is sometimes referred to as becoming a fifth column, meaning that the most effective way to attack something is not from the north, or the south, or the east, or the west, but from within. Cicero once said, "A nation can survive its fools and even the ambitious, but it cannot survive treason from within. An enemy at the gates is less formidable, for he is known and he carries his banners openly. But the traitor moves among those within the gates freely, his sly whispers rustling through all the alleys, heard in the very halls of government itself. For the traitor appears not traitor, he speaks in the accents familiar to his victims, and he wears their face and their garments, and he appeals to the baseness that lies deep in the hearts of all men. He rots the soul of a nation, he works secretly and unknown in the night, to undermine the pillars of a city, he infects the body politic, so that it can no longer resist. A murderer is less to be feared." The fifth column tactic is of course a trademark of Satan. It was the very tactic he used to persuade a third of the angels to fall with him and to become his army of demons. He went around whispering in the ears of anyone who would listen to turn them against God. More recently, ex-witches have spoken of being assigned to local churches by their coven with the aim of being involved in the congregation on the surface, but all the while secretly working against it from within, frustrating its aims and unity. If something is attacked from without, it will put up its defences and fight back, But if, by using deceit, the attacker can become part of the thing it wishes to destroy and gains the trust of those involved, they can take it down from within. But could we really expect any human being to carry out the acts described in this monstrous Jesuit oath? Well, remember that the spiritual exercises were designed to eliminate all human emotion and to turn the men into machines. And just as demonic influence was so clearly at work in Loyola's cave experience, so they are involved in the spiritual exercises. H. Boehmer in Les Jesuits writes, "We imbue unto him spiritual forces which he would find very difficult to eliminate later. These forces can come up again to the surface, sometimes after years of not even mentioning them, and become so imperative that the will finds itself unable to oppose any obstacle, and has to follow their irresistible impulse." In other words, through the spiritual exercises, the Jesuit initiate becomes possessed and finds themselves compelled to act according to the will of these demonic forces within. Because Jesuit actions are centered on blind obedience to their superiors, they are told that they will never be held accountable for anything they do, not even by God. They are absolved of all personal responsibility as they become mere puppets for those that are higher up in the hierarchy. A professor told a student who was studying under him to become a Catholic priest, "You will never have to give an account to God for actions you do by the order of your legitimate superiors. If they were to deceive you, being themselves deceived, they alone would be responsible for the error you have committed. Your sin would be imputed to you as long as you follow the golden rule that is a base for all Christian philosophy and perfection, humility and obedience." See how deceitful this is? The superiors are basically saying, you'll never have to give an account of your actions to God, don't worry about it. This allows them to perpetrate any act in the belief that they are beyond judgment. If their superior tells them to carry out a murder, they think that if they obey, then God will not hold them accountable and will instead blame the superior. This is one method the hierarchy uses to overcome or bypass the conscience of an individual. When you combine this with the spiritual exercises that have taught them to suppress human emotion and imbued them with demons, you can see how they would become capable of some extreme acts of violence, and anything else for that matter. A second vital principle for Jesuits can be summed up in the phrase, "the end justifies the means." Remember this one, it's very important. Before this maxim, the ideas of absolute right and wrong completely vanish. Conceivably, there is no crime or atrocity that is not allowed as long as it is for the greater glory of God. In fact, the sins that achieve the right result become holy in the eyes of the Jesuit, no matter how disgusting. You can lie, cheat, steal, rape or murder, but if the ends are the right ones in their eyes, then the means are justified. This exact concept also exists in Islam, where lying, deception, murder and other atrocities become acceptable if it furthers the cause of Allah on the earth. A third twisted principle of the Jesuits is probabilism. If a Jesuit has in mind to do something but knows it is very probably illegal, if he can find the merest hint that it may not be, he is allowed to continue with his action. For example, if he consults 100 teachers or doctors about his intended action and 99 say that it would be unlawful, but then one tells him that it may not be, he can act on that 1% probability that it is in fact lawful. In fact, if the Jesuit can imagine any reason in his own mind why his action may not be unlawful, however unlikely, this frees him to do it. It's a form of self-deception, lying to yourself to try to keep the conscience clear. Fourthly, there is the idea of directing the intention. This is the idea that if the person meditates on something holy while they perpetrate something evil, the soul contracts no guilt or stain. Therefore the Jesuit can kill someone or lie or cheat or steal, but as long as he is focusing on something holy at the time in his mind, their soul remains white as snow. Again, such is the depth of deceit within the Jesuit system that they deceive even themselves. Fifthly and finally, there is the doctrine of equivocation or mental reservation. This policy allows the Jesuits to follow a secret policy while stating something completely different to the outside world. This is directly from the mysteries where secret doctrines and purposes were hidden under double meanings and secret symbols that seem quite innocent to the uninitiated. A Jesuit quoted, "It is permitted to use ambiguous terms, leading people to understand them in a different sense from that in which we understand them. A man may swear that he never did something, though he actually did, meaning within himself that he did not do so on such a day, or before he was born, or under any circumstances, while the words he employs may have no such sense as would discover his meaning." He goes on to say, "It is the intention that determines the quality of the action, and one may avoid falsehood if, after saying or denying something aloud, then add something under his breath that, if true, would make his statement the truth." So take this example. A Jesuit murders a man on a Thursday, and the police take him in for questioning and ask him if he murdered the man in question. The Jesuit replies, "I did not murder him," which is obviously a lie because he did, but then under his breath or mentally he adds the words, "on Friday." These inaudible words that he whispered to himself after the initial lie have now made the statement true. By doing this, Jesuits can permit perjury and in their own eyes remain blameless. The Jesuits expanded quickly around Europe. One of the primary ways in which they went about reclaiming some of the ground that had been lost to the Protestant reformers was to establish schools of education in various locations. They went for control of the information flows, imagining, quite rightly, that by controlling education they could control knowledge and therefore control the worldviews and mindsets of coming generations. If you go to the Jesuit Boston College website today, you'll see a part where they admit, "When in 1547 Ignatius was asked to open a school in Sicily for young men who were not Jesuits, he seems to have seen the opportunity as a powerful means of forming the mind and the soul. To bring people to God, he sought to form those who, in their turn, would form or influence many others." These schools that catered for children of all ages soon spread across the world as part of a covert campaign to turn people back to Rome. The key to it was that, unlike other Catholic institutions, the Jesuit schools actively encouraged Protestant children to enroll. This tactic gave them an opportunity to indoctrinate future generations with the rites, ceremonies, and symbols of Rome. They particularly wanted to target the children of rich and influential Protestant families because they knew that what was taught to them would have a trickle-down effect on the rest of society. Like Jezebel herself, the Jezebel spirit goes for the powerful men who will influence others. Jesuits also sent missionaries to far-flung places in the world like China, placing great emphasis on the importance of assimilating themselves into their culture. By educating themselves on the language and religion of these places, they could become teachers of the people and work their way into positions of influence. They were incredibly committed, hard-working, and disciplined in these tasks, pouring out their lives for the furtherance of their cause. Wherever they went, they consistently compromised their own message with the local pagan practices of the area to get a foothold, just like they'd done in Rome itself. When they returned to Europe from these far-flung places, they brought back with them the occult and pagan ideas that they'd picked up there. In Britain, the Jesuits made use of fifth column tactics. They started filtering into the country in the 1560s, and almost immediately they were found preaching from pulpits disguised as Church of England ministers. In 1568, a Jesuit priest posing as a Church of England minister accidentally dropped a secret copy of instructions on how to undermine and destroy the Church of England. After a search of his lodgings, further documents were discovered in his boots, including a license from the Jesuits and a bull from the Pope Pius, which authorized him to preach whatever was necessary to inflame animosities and widen divisions. They saw no better way to demolish churches than to infiltrate it in the guise of a minister who could introduce divisive false doctrines and ceremonies from the pulpit. The Jesuits also plotted to kill Queen Elizabeth I on many occasions so that the country could be returned to Rome. The Spanish Armada of 1588 was one such attempt to sail against Britain and overthrow the Queen, who was seen as heretical and illegitimate by Rome. The Spanish Armada was defeated, but true to the Jesuit oath, that which could not be achieved in the open was pursued in secret. After Elizabeth I died and James I took to the throne, Jesuits attempted to blow up the Houses of Parliament in 1605, the infamous November the 5th gunpowder plot, led by Guy Fawkes, an event we celebrate in Britain every year. There were also murmurings and suspicions that the Jesuits were responsible for the Great Fire of London in 1666, although there seems to be little hard and fast evidence to support the theory. There was simply a mysterious book written in 1667 by a man claiming to be a Catholic Christian, in which he portrayed the Pope as fanning the flames that ravaged the city. In truth, the Jesuits were largely frustrated in Britain, but they did have more success in Europe. Having established themselves in Italy, Spain, Portugal and Austria, they set their sights on Germany, the birthplace of the Reformation. There they gained influence with the rulers and initiated campaigns of persecution against Christians. In keeping with their oath to stir up division and bloodshed in countries that were previously enjoying peace and prosperity for the sake of the Catholic Church, this persecution of Christians led to much disruption, war and bloodshed around Europe. They reignited the persecution against Protestants in Germany, leading to the 30 Years' War of 1618. Although Protestant Sweden stepped in to stop Germany from being returned to Catholic darkness, it left the country in ruins for a long time afterwards. In the neighbouring Austro-Hungarian Empire, Jesuits were so influential that they virtually controlled the emperor at the time. Having this power, they came pretty close to purging the region of true Christianity. In Poland, which was a major European power in the mid-16th century due to their embracing of the Reformation, Jesuits also became enormously influential. This influence led to a decline in national well-being and disastrous policies towards neighbours that eventually led to their annihilation. Entry into France was slower, but was achieved by the formation of educational institutions. Jesuits were implicated in the assassination of the French King Henry III in 1589 and his successor, Henry IV, in 1610. They believed it was their right to kill any heretical monarch. They took the initials INRI, which biblically represented the Roman inscription above Jesus' head on the cross, meaning Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews, and gave it a double hidden meaning which meant it is just to annihilate impious rulers. If you read their oath, you'll know that they paid no respect to rank or position. The French king Louis XIV was more to the Jesuits' liking though. Louis had a Jesuit confessor from childhood whose influence turned him into a fanatical bigot, unleashing terrible persecution against Protestants. Louis also led an immoral life, and the Jesuit confessor made careful use of his secrets to have him trembling at his feet for forgiveness. This was a common tactic by Catholic priests generally, to use the confessional booth to gain access to secrets that could be used for blackmail later. Knowledge is power. By 1685, the situation was severe enough for hundreds of thousands of French citizens to flee for their lives to remote areas, and those that stayed behind faced terrible punishment. This was in fact replicated all across Europe, where true Christians had to flee to communities in remote areas to avoid persecution from Rome. Some of these examples are recorded in Fox's Book of Martyrs. As the Jesuits continued to rise to power and influence in Europe, they also accumulated vast amounts of wealth and property. However, their scandalous greed, their loose morals, their ceaseless political meddling and their encroaching upon the clergy had stirred up enmity and hatred everywhere they had been, and this would lead to their downfall. Amongst the higher classes in particular, the Jesuits had been brought into complete disrepute. Governments began to realize that this single group were the source of nearly all the disruption in their lands. In fact, so severe was their cancerous activity that the Jesuits had become a threat to the very fabric of society. Nations could stand it no longer, and the Jesuits were systematically driven out from previously friendly Romanist countries during the period of 1760 to 1770. Although the Pope at that time, Clement XIII, still supported the Jesuits, the nations of Europe ramped up the pressure on him to take drastic action. The French government were particularly fierce in their protests against the Jesuits, saying in 1762, "The said institute is inadmissible in any civilized state, as its nature is hostile to all spiritual and temporal authority. It seeks to introduce into the Church and states, under the plausible veil of a religious institute, not an order truly desirous to spread evangelical perfection, but rather a political body working untiringly at usurping all authority by all kinds of indirect, secret, and devious means. The doctrine of Jesuits is perverse, a destroyer of all religious and honest principles, insulting to Christian morals, pernicious to civil society, hostile to the rights of the nation, the royal power, and even the security of the sovereigns and obedience of their subjects, suitable to stir up the greatest disturbances in the states, conceive and maintain the worst kind of corruption in men's hearts. Notice the very distinctive Jezebel or Asherah characteristics of the organization described here. The hostility towards all authority, the attempts to usurp it using manipulation and secret means, the desire to claim all authority for themselves. And remember that this shouldn't surprise us, as Loyola spent 3 days dedicating himself and his order to her in the form of the Black Virgin of Montserrat. With her at the spiritual helm, it of course displayed her characteristics. The pressure on the Pope became too much to ignore, and so eventually he reluctantly called a secret conclave in 1769 to bring into effect the suppression of the Jesuits. Mysteriously, he died the evening before the meeting could be held. It was strongly suspected, of course, that the Jesuits had been the perpetrators of the murder. The next Pope, Clement XIV, tried to reform the Jesuits to no avail, and after further pressure from the monarchs of Europe, he finally abolished them in 1773. A year later, he was dead by poisoning, with the Jesuits again at the top of the suspected list. At that point, the Jesuits were forced to secularize themselves, and on the surface at least, they disappeared from society, except in Russia where they were allowed to continue as normal. The Russians wanted to use their skills to subdue the recently conquered Polish people. In return for their help, the Russians would give the Jesuits refuge. Since it was the Jesuits who were largely responsible for the weakening and destruction of Poland in the first place, the people of Poland have more reason than most to feel animosity towards the order. With the Jesuit order more or less finished as an effective religious weapon, though, Satan needed to change tack in his continued war against Jews and Christians. This change occurred in the Age of the Enlightenment.
Okay, welcome to the investigative journal. Called in a minute late, but anyway, we're going to start the show today. My guest today, again, is Eric John Phelps. And the reason I'm having Eric on again is that he's going to be on vacation for a little while, and I wanted to make sure that I get Eric on one more time before September in his scheduled appearance. We're going to talk today about how we can successfully fight the Vatican-led New World Order and what we can do. But I did want to mention a couple things. I wanted to say this, that Eric has written a book called, he's written 3 versions, Vatican Assassins 1, 2, and 3, and the last one is over 1,500 pages. And some people may ask, why is it important to write about the Jesuits in the Vatican? Well, last century, this is 2 centuries ago, a French writer named Adolphe Michel recalled that Voltaire estimated the number of works published over the years on the Jesuits to be about 6,000. And then another French writer asked, how many have been written now? And he said this: it doesn't matter, because so long as there are Jesuits, books will have to be written against them. There is nothing left to be said on their account, but new generations of readers come every day. And that's why Eric's book is important. Will these readers search old books? And this writer, this French writer, says this: the reason mentioned is that, in fact, most of the books retracing the history of the Jesuits cannot be found anymore. And they've been taken out by the Jesuits, taken out of circulation. Only in public libraries can they still be consulted, which makes them out of reach for most readers. With the aim of succinctly informing the public at large in mind, a summary of these works seem necessary. And so this writer went and talked about all the 6,000 books that had been written about the Jesuits and how important it was to write about them. And I did want to mention this from Edmond Paris's book, The Secret History of the Jesuits, a French writer translated into English. He says this: the public is practically unaware of the overwhelming responsibility carried by the Vatican and its Jesuits in the start of the two world wars, a situation which may be explained in part by the gigantic finances at the disposition of the Vatican and its Jesuits, giving them power in so many spheres, especially since the last World War. In fact, the part they took in these most tragic events has hardly been mentioned until present time, except for apologists eager to disguise it. It is with this aim of rectifying this and establishing true facts that we, the contemporary epic reader, activity which mutually concerns the Jesuits. And what he goes on to say, he begins to show so many different facts and people writing about the Jesuits. And what comes to mind before we get to Eric is how many people in our media have ignored this. I mean, when you start looking at all the people that have been writing about the Jesuits over the centuries, and for this to be ignored, especially the concordat that was brought together between the Nationalist Socialist government and the Vatican, how can these people in the alternative media like Alex Jones and the rest of these guys ignore this? And how can the mainstream media ignore it? And I figured it's only one reason, that they must be working for them, because how can they look at this? For example, Mr. Joseph Rovin, a Catholic writer, comments on the diplomatic agreement between the Vatican and the Nazi Reich on the 8th of July, 1933. And he writes, the concordat brought to the Nationalist Socialist government, considered nearly everywhere to be made up of usurpers, if not brigands, the seal of an agreement with the oldest international power, the Vatican. In a way, it was the equivalent of a diploma of international honorability. Thus, the Pope, not satisfied with giving his personal support to Hitler, which he did, granted in this way the moral support of the Vatican to the Nazi Reich. At the same time as the terror was beginning to reign on the other side of the Rhine and was tacitly accepted and approved, the so-called brown shirts had already put 40,000 persons into concentration camps. The programs were multiplying to the accents of the Nazi march. When the Jewish blood streams from the knife, we feel better again. And that was said by a Nazi sympathizer. In the following years, Pius XII saw even worse without being stirred. It is not surprising that the Catholic heads of Germany vied with each other in their civility towards the Nazi regime, encouraged as they were by their Roman master. One must read the disheveled ravings and verbal acrobats of opportunist theologians such as Michael Schmaus. He was later made a prince of the church by Pius XII and described as the great theologian of Munich by the publication La Croix on the 2nd of September 1954. And as we look at these writings, we see the agreement between the Vatican and all of its priests, all of its bishops, to support the Nazi Reich. And it goes on. And also, never once did the Vatican ever denounce Third Reich. So what about the Fourth Reich, folks? What about the Fourth Reich led by the Vatican? Lessons from History of Roman Catholicism. Let me just read you this by Richard Bennett. And he writes this, and then we'll get to Mr. Phelps. The lesson and warning of history is that the undemocratic regimes whose leaders own allegiance to the Pope or practice the lofty principles of the papacy pose a threat to individual liberty and carry out religious persecution. For example, the Inquisition was alive and well in the Balkans in the 1940s. Convert or die was the choice on the 900,000 Orthodox Serbs in the new state of Croatia, run by Nazi puppet Anton Pavelic and Roman Catholic primate Archbishop Aloysius Stepanek. 200,000 of them were converted, and the other 700,000 who preferred to die were tortured, shot, burned, and buried alive. This appalling persecution, carried out mainly by Ustashi priests and friars for the triumph of Christ in Croatia, included many of the worst atrocities of the war. Certainly the mutilations were horrific, the savagery terrible. Few people know what took place in Croatia during the Second World War. News of it had been simply suppressed. And with that, I want to get to another thing. That's exactly what's happening today. The truth about the Jesuits, the Vatican, and what's happening in our country is being suppressed by the likes of people in the alternative media, and I can name their names, John Stadtmiller and his radio station, Jeff Rentz, the rest of these guys, Alex Jones and GCN, who control most of the alternative media, and many other people, have not given you the straight story. They've not researched history and will suppress this because they are protecting the Vatican so that this Inquisition can take place unabated in America. It's your life, folks. It's the life of your children. And if you're going to just fall for, their ploys, you know what? You deserve what you get. And the mainstream media has proved to be a whore. So now has the alternative media. With that, I want to get to Eric Phelps. Eric, how are you?
Doing well, Greg. Pleasure to be with you and your listeners.
Yeah, and I wanted to bring that up for the first 10 minutes of the show to show how important it is. Over the years, there have been over 6,000 different books written about the Jesuits over the course of history. And what this French writer said is most of them have been suppressed. And that's why it's important for people like you to come forward and write again and to continue throughout history, to continue writing against them, because they are just making it impossible for people to find the truth. Now, I know people in the media are smart as me or you, and they know the truth. They're just suppressing it. And I wanted to get your opinion about how important it is to continue this pursuit of exposing the people who are really hiding the Jesuit and Vatican evils in this, what I call the Fourth Reich.
Yeah, well, it's absolutely important because it's the Jesuits who rule the country. And I have a quote in my book by G. Gordon Liddy, who was trained by Jesuits at Fordham, and his father was very intimately involved with the Jesuits there. And the quote in his book that I quote in mine is, his book is Will, the autobiography of G. Gordon Liddy. He says in there that the Jesuits at Fordham rule the world and they enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
And G. Gordon Liddy knows who rules. And so all these guys in Washington know who rules in the Beltway. And yet they're under oath or under death threats not to say anything. And so as a result, the people think, well, that in fact there are two political parties and there really is a race and there really is an election, when that couldn't be any farther from the truth. So indeed, we need to continue to reveal the history of the Jesuits so that in the flow or in the stream of history, we're brought to the present, and it makes perfect sense as to how they got this power and how they rule.
Yeah, and that takes us to how they control the media. Just for a point, last time you were on the show, we discussed this in depth, but I think it's worth mentioning just for a couple of minutes again. And when you start looking at some of the past books that have been written about the Jesuits, and your book, which cites numerous people throughout the course of history warning us about the Vatican and their evils, even the Croatian genocide in World War II, and just as late as the genocide in Rwanda in the 90s. And what's so upsetting is that none of these people who profess to be in the alternative media, who we talked about, will deal with these issues in a fact-by-fact basis. And I think the reason is, if they did, their cover would be finally up. What's your thoughts?
I agree completely, and they would not have a show anymore. I think the only one in the alternative media that ever really did deal with the Jesuits sincerely and persistently was William Cooper. Mm-hmm. And so after they finished killing him, they felt that the main voice of exposing the Jesuits was gone, but little did they know the Lord had other things in mind, that there would be a host of other people now that would rise up and expose them for what they are. But indeed, the Jesuit order, what I want to concentrate on when I have my newsletter going and maybe even a broadcast with American Voice, I'm thinking about it for an hour a week, is to continually set forth the great authors of the past and what they wrote on the Jesuit order, with the great statesmen of Europe, what they had to say about them, the leaders in World War II, what they had to say about them, and so that the reader may become very, very familiar with Jesuit history, so that he's not surprised to see that all these Jesuit grads are manning key positions in the media, such as Chris Matthews, such as Tim Rissert, and a host of others. So when you see the Jesuit connection there, then people can know that they have an agenda.
Yeah, and it not only stops with the media. It's also in our government and in the banking sector. And basically, if you look at some of their followers, it's amazing how much power they have. And it appears that they hide behind this one simple method, and that is to say, we are the sons of God, we are just a religious organization, and how dare you criticize us?
That's right. And you see, the reason why we can attack them is because we're taking their own writings that they don't want you to know. For example, their key writers are called moral theologians. Moral theologians. I call them immoral theologians. And some of their key defenders, are propagandists like Cardinal Bellarmine, Robert Bellarmine. He's a very important individual, a Jesuit and a cardinal of the 17th century. Another particular immoral theologian was Francisco Sarez. Francisco Sarez wrote the book on justifiable regicide, justifiable murder of an enemy of the order. Another immoral theologian, Emmanuel Sa, and Pablo Escobar. The list is just unbelievable. But these immoral theologians that they call moral theology, in France, in the 1760s, this became known because of the Lavalier issue where the Jesuits bankrupted a bank because of their speculation, and their constitution was presented first time in the public arena. And there before a French court, that French court was so outraged when they read the absolute power of the Jesuit general and what he could do. And Lavalier had no business, quote unquote, speculating for the order. They put it all on him rather than make the order pay for the millions that had been lost. That the French, what would be our Attorney General, called for the absolute suppression of the Jesuits, which ultimately France did expel the Jesuits in 1764, and they took all the writings of their moral theologians, Sarez, Molina, Escobar, all of those men, they took them and they burned them on the public steps of the Capitol in Paris, France. A public burning of all their works. And then their open expulsion from France under Louis XV. So this made all the papers all of Europe and the colonies in America and in England. So none of this was ever done in a corner so the people didn't know about this. And there's instance after instance. Tsar Alexander I does the same thing in 1820 after the Jesuits sought to convert the nobles of Russia, of Tsarist Russia, to their cause, and seeking then to overthrow the Tsar. It was Tsar Alexander who in 1820 issued a royal ukase that said no more Jesuits in St. Petersburg and Moscow and no more Jesuits in all the Russias because they're constantly meddling in political affairs. It had nothing to do with their religion. It was their political meddling. And so the Jesuits remained expelled from Russia for over 100 years till Lenin formally allowed them to come back into Russia in 1922, showing you, in fact, who really controlled the Bolshevik Revolution. So there are instances after instances. Here's another instance. Eugene Sue. Eugene Sue was one of the greatest Frenchmen who ever lived in my book. He was a physician, he was a mariner, he was learned, he spoke several languages, and he wrote the most wonderful expose on the Jesuit order. He's probably regarded as the third greatest enemy of the Jesuit order in history, the first being Blaise Pascal in his Provincial Letters, the second being Dostoevsky with his Brothers Karamazov and his The Grand Inquisitor, and the third being Eugene Sue. And when Eugene Sue wrote The Wandering Jew in 1844, and this hit Europe all the Europeans realized that the Jesuits were running their countries, that they were the masters of murder and deception and pillage and extortion and you name it, centralizing all monetary power, political power. And that was one of the things that was used to excite the European nations to the Second French Revolution of 1848. We have Westward Ho, written by Kingsley, who was the confessor or the chaplain to Queen Mary, to Queen Victoria. Westward Ho further exposes it. You have Voltaire in his Candide. Let us eat Jesuits. It's one particular piece of great literature after another, which, by the way, we are not allowed to read in our college literature courses, that further exposes the order in all their devices. So we need to go back to the literature and the writings of the 1900s and early 20th century.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm just looking at some things in World War II here regarding the Vatican and the Jesuit role in the Holocaust and the monstrosities that took place in World War II. Carlo Falcone wrote a book, The Silence of Pope Pius XII, wrote it in, I believe, in French, but he's an Italian, and he said the existence of such monstrosities overthrows every standard of good and evil. They defy dignity of their individual being and society in general to such an extent that we are compelled to denounce those who could have influenced public opinion, be they ordinary civilians or heads of state. And what he's talking about, to keep quiet in the face of such outrages, he's talking about the Vatican, would amount in fact to downright collaboration. It would stimulate the villainy of the criminals, stirring up their cruelty and vanity. But if every man has the moral duty to react when confronted with such crimes, it is doubly so of the religious societies and their heads, including Pope Pius XII, who said nothing, and above all, the head of the Catholic Church. And so we not only show silence, then we get to complicity. And that was brought out in another book, where it actually showed that the Vatican had used Monsignor Stepanek to work with Anton Pavlicek, who was the mass murderer for the Eustachis. And it's documented. Then we go, there's a very concise book by Gunther Louis. It's written in 1964 called The Catholic Church in Nazi Germany. And he says that all the documents agree to show the Catholic Church cooperating with the Hitler regime.
That's exactly right. There is no Adolf Hitler without Pacelli. You have to remember that Adolf Hitler was an Austrian. He was not a German. He only received German citizenship in 1932, the year before he became chancellor. He was a flophouse drunk. He never read a book. All he ever did was read newspapers. His one-room little apartment there in Vienna contained old newspapers. He was totally incapable of writing Mein Kampf. So which is why Leo Lehman, in his great book Behind the Dictators, says that the Jesuits wrote Mein Kampf, and their whole geopolitical pattern for Europe is dictated by Karl Haushofer, who was another Jesuit. Hitler followed it to a T when he subjugated Austria and then Czechoslovakia and then attacked Poland. But no, Hitler was nothing. He was nothing. He was just a crusader to preach the crusade against the Jews of Europe. And so therefore it was Eugenio Pacelli who had been personally tutored by the Jesuits. The Jesuit general Francis Xavier Warrants was his tutor in Rome, and Warrants had a hand in the writing of the Code of Canon Law for 1917. And Pacelli had been taught hatred of the Jews from the time he was a little boy. And he was most devoted to the Jesuits' Virgin Mary. It just goes on and on. And Pascalina, who wrote the book on Adolf Hitler, she wrote La Popessa. And in that book it tells that Hitler visited Pacelli, who was the nuncio there in Bavaria, and he visited him, and Pacelli gave him a sack of money, and he said, go fight the crusade against communism, essentially. So, and without Pacelli, who then goes back to be Secretary of State, who then becomes Pope in 1939, without him, there is no Adolf Hitler. Cornwall should have never wrote the book Hitler's Pope. It should have, the book should have been called The Pope's Führer. That's the proper title. So no, you just go on and on and on as you find these things. And then after the war, you have 4 key Jesuits who are involved in the cover of the Pope in the Eurasian Jewish Holocaust. And 3 of those Jesuits were Blepp, and one of them was Robert Graham, an American Jesuit, and Robert Lebir, who had been the Pope's confessor. All these 4 key Jesuits, and I named them in my book, were involved in suppressing the evidence of the papacy under Pius XII being the mainspring of the whole Third Reich and the Eurasian Jewish Holocaust, not only of the Jews, but also of the German Lutherans, because we have to remember Prussia was destroyed in World War II. Protestant Prussia was finished. Hitler and Stalin worked together to destroy the Protestant Prussian people. And we have the destruction of the 20 million Orthodox people. And the Orthodox people have been condemned by canon law. So the Jesuits are wonderfully and unbelievably orchestrating the dictators of Europe together, allied and Axis together, in the annihilation of the certain peoples they wanted to destroy, as well as in the establishment of their kingdom of Jerusalem.
Exactly. And before we get to more pertinent things that are going on in our world today, I wanted to mention, so many things are forgotten, but there was a speech by a member of the parliament for Livorno made at Ortona on the 15th of April, 1946. And Laura Diaz, who was a member of parliament, said this. She said, "The Pope's hands are dripping with blood." And then students at Cardiff University College, chose a theme for a conference, and this was April 2nd, 1946. Should the Pope be brought to trial as a war criminal? And the answer is absolutely.
Absolutely.
And here's what's so interesting, though, and let me read this really quickly. Here's how Pope John the 23rd expressed himself when referring to the Jesuits. This is after all these facts and information comes out implicating the Vatican, implicating Pope Pius XII with the Nazi war crimes. He says, "Persevere, dear son, Jesuits, in the activities which have already brought you well-known merits. In that way you will gladden the Church and will grow with an untiring ardor. Your path is as just as the light of dawn. May that light grow and illuminate the molding of all adolescence. In that way you will help carry out our spiritual wishes and concerns. We give our apostolic blessing with all our heart to your superior general, to you and your coadjutors, and to all members of the Society of Jesus." And then, when was this? Recent, just right after that, Father Arrupi was named Jesuit general. So that's how they view this whole thing.
Well, we have to remember, Greg, that the Jesuits have done only what they said they were going to do. You have to give the devil his due. The Jesuits, in their documents of law, in their documents setting forth what they seek to establish and fulfill, which they don't want the public to read, they have done exactly what they said they will do, and for that I respect them.
And just what I read that was to show the hypocrisy of the Pope in the Catholic Church, because how can a man in the highest position of the Catholic Church express this loyalty and this adoration for the Jesuits after they've been involved in the most horrendous of genocides?
Because this is why. According to the doctrines of Thomas Aquinas in his Summa Theologica, it is no murder to kill a heretic. We have to understand that. And without the shedding of the blood of the heretic, there is no salvation. These are doctrines of Aquinas that the Jesuits have championed and put into their moral theologies and into their Jesuit oath. So the Jesuit, after 15 years of education and brainwash by his superiors, is in the hands of his superior as a stick in the hand of an old man, as described by Loyola. And so when they're given the order to kill, assassinate, defraud, become involved in graft or whatever, they carry out the order without fear of reprisal and without conscience and do exactly as they are told. They are the perfect perfect Manchurian candidates, and wherever they are in their secret places, upon the order of their superior, they immediately come out of their holes and do their bidding, do the work that they've been told to do. Just as if you ever saw the movie Brotherhood of the Bell, when Glenn Ford is given an order to do something, it's absolute and complete and total obedience, which was the maxim of the SS. And so this is how the Jesuits function, and it goes all back to their theologies.
Right. And, you know, the most important thing I think your book, your Vatican Assassins 3 does, is it brings all these facts to the forefront. And then it also shows who's willing to discuss it in a logical manner to try to get to the problems facing our country, facing Europe. And then it shows the people who are hiding it. Because never once did I ever hear you say, believe, just read what I'm saying. Put it out there. Never forcing anybody, but just to look at the material. And that in itself, the people that don't want to even look at it, just write it off and say, oh, this is just all baloney, shows exactly how corrupted they are. We'll get back because I want to talk about the EU and other things that the Jesuits are doing overseas. We'll be back after these short messages. And I want to thank Liberty Radio. Here we are. Okay, we're back, and I wanted to thank Liberty Radio for running that, and it really shows where we've come from '63 with Kennedy, and then what our president is saying now. And I think I know why I cried, Eric, when I was a little boy when Kennedy was killed. It seems to me he was talking about the Jesuits.
That's right. He knew the Jesuits well. He had been trained by them. He knew them at Georgetown when he moved into Georgetown. He had attended Georgetown for some time along with Jackie. He went to their Jesuit church there in Washington, D.C. He knew them like the back of his hand. His parents attended Xavier Church there in where they have their cottage in Massachusetts. What's that called? I can't remember at the moment. But they were part of his family life. And yet he knew exactly the power of his father and his relationship to Spellman. He knew his father had caused the Great Depression. And his father was the most powerful Knight of Malta in the country at the time before his stroke. And so he knew. And he made a conscious decision to resist them. And what he just described in this preceding tape that we all heard is he is describing the Jesuit order to the T. Because there's no such organization that can encompass such a vast array of sciences and strongholds as the Jesuit order. The Jews pale in comparison to them.
Yeah. And I know you've written a lot about the Kennedy assassination, and we'll save that for another show. But one argument that people make who don't want to accept or even start researching the Vatican's involvement, because I believe firmly that if we don't stop these people or expose them, America has no hope. It's that serious. And one of their arguments is that, well, the Vatican may have been like that in the future, but, in the past. Yeah, in the past, but they're not like that now. And I wanted to read something and then get your opinion on that. But this, by Pope John the 23rd, about the Jesuits, shows they haven't changed. And although he uses words like God and honorable, try to read between the lines. He says, from the time of its restoration, this Jesuit religious family enjoys the sweet help of God and has enriched herself very quickly with great progress. The members of the Society of Jesus have accomplished many important deeds, all to the glory of God and for the benefit of the Catholic religion. The Church needs soldiers of Christ with valor, armed with a dauntless faith, ready to confront difficulties. That is why we have a great hope in the help activity will bring us. May the new era, now listen to this, may the new era find the Society of Jesus on the same path it trod in the past. Now that was given on August 20th, 64. So how can anybody say their ideas have changed?
That's right. No, they haven't changed. And in fact, in the days during just prior to their suppression, in France, Louis XV said to Jesuit General Lorenzo Ricci, he says, "Can't you just change the order or change the maxims?" And Ricci very boldly said, "Let them be as they are, or else not be." And that has become a battle cry for the Jesuits. Let us be as we are, or else not be. They never change. Their designs never change. Their goal of world government never changes. In fact, one of my fellow researchers just happened to come across a very rare French book written in French that I would like to have translated someday. It's called The Kingdom of Solipsis. And in that great work, it was written by a Jesuit, a renegade Jesuit, who showed that the purpose of the Jesuit order was to establish a world government, a kingdom of Solipsis. Mm-hmm. And he had to go into hiding, and from what I'd read, he'd been knifed, and so they had tried to kill him, but the book managed to get out and become circulated in Europe at the time, about the time of Eugene Sue's work. But they don't change, they're the same. And of course, Pope John the 23rd, he had been involved in the Eurasian Jewish Holocaust. He was an archbishop, I believe, out of Turkey at the time, coordinating with Turkey. And he too was assassinated by them because he crossed them, and I cover that in my book. So no pope has any guts to truly resist the Jesuit order. And if the pope has no guts to resist them, why should we expect any Roman Catholic priest, archbishop, or cardinal, or any Roman Catholic politician of any stripe to resist them? None of them will, because now those Roman Catholic politicians and others in the know that the Jesuit general controls the international intelligence community. They are all combined. They all work together, hand in hand with the international crime syndicate out of Sicily. And so between those two international families, with in excess of probably 5,000 assassins, nobody with any lack of faith is going to cross them, and that's where we are today.
You know, and I wonder if Kennedy, just on that, adding something, I wonder if Kennedy understood how in danger he was when he gave that speech.
Of course he did. I have a quote from Tim Jones Jr. in one of the 4 books he wrote on Forgive My Grief, and there's a quote right in there, this is taken from Kennedy's secretary, that he said, they can get me, if they want to get me, they can get me even in church. That's what he said. So he had determined that he was going to die. But he set out, and he refused to go along with it, and he sought to break their power. And it was very intriguing that nobody came to his aid or rescue, nobody of any race, of any religion, including Billy Graham, the 33rd degree Freemason. He knows all about the Jesuit Kennedy assassination. Yet do you think he'd say a word? We have been completely betrayed, from the pulpit to the statesman, to the academician, to the artist. They have betrayed us, and so therefore we have to go back and dig up these works and start over again.
Yeah, and it was interesting if you look at some of Kennedy's the changes he made. He was hitting them right where it hurts, so to speak, and that means in the Federal Reserve he wanted to get rid of. He wanted to completely abolish the Black Pope's international network of the CIA, the KGB, the Mossad, all working together at high levels, and also wanted to expose the secret societies. So I mean, he was really things.
He was against the mafia,
right?
Too.
Right.
There wasn't any enemy he did not engage, and every Baptist preacher, every true Protestant preacher should have united behind him and gave him all kinds of moral support, and took those very same messages to the pulpit, and he's absolutely right in what he says. Can a Roman Catholic say something true? Can a Roman Catholic say something right? Of course they can. And so therefore it should have been repeated in all these pulpits. The JFK, although we feared for him, for our concerns that he's a Roman Catholic, he's obviously repudiated the temporal power of the Pope. He doesn't allow Spellman in the White House. He doesn't allow Spellman to say Mass in the White House. He refuses Spellman any access to the CIA. He completely broke the back of what Eisenhower had created.
Right. and thus he was killed.
And that was immediately put back in place by that coadjutor Lyndon Baines Johnson, that Freemason out of Texas, whose greatest friend was Warnabal Snyder, the Catholic priest out of Stonewall, Texas, who was at the LBJ's funeral with Billy Graham. I have a picture in my book of them both.
Right. You know, I wanted to get into something here real in this last 10 or 15 minutes, and then we have another hour to discuss the topic I wanted to, and that is what can we do to solve this problem. But I wanted to talk about the European Union. Now, people don't know that the Vatican, well, they may know, the tax-exempt status in Italy has made it possible for the Vatican to manipulate financially many of the largest multinational corporations. But the powerful influence is nothing when compared with the Vatican's power in the world of European politics and religion. A Jesuit priest said this. He said, when he wrote Inside the Vatican, he said, despite the importance of the papacy for the Catholic Church and its prominent role in international affairs, its internal workings are little known to Catholics, to world leaders, or to the world at large. This general lack of public awareness is particularly noticeable with regard to the influential role the Vatican has long been maintaining in connection with the development of the European Union, which will, their plans then are to create the American Union of Mexico, Canada, and America. Tell us about, this is just another, what I consider the New World Order led by the Vatican, taking control of Europe and then America right after. What are your thoughts?
That's absolutely right. As I cover in my book, I cover the Second 30 Years' War. Remember, the Jesuits started the first 30 Years' War in 1618, and it lasted till 1648. And at the end of that war, all modern historians will tell you, begins the modern era, when inventions begin to take off, when the middle class begins to be created, and national sovereignties begin to be established, and the temporal power of the Pope is broken in northern European nations. I mean, this is a very important date of 1648. And so what the Jesuits did is, in 1914, they started their second 30 Years' War. And it raged to 1945. And in that second 30 Years' War, they eliminated the nations and the leaders of those nations who had been their enemies for over 100 years. And so after they had eliminated Protestant Prussia and they had destroyed the British Empire with German U-boat submarines, destroying over 600 ships that linked the Protestant British Empire together, after they had destroyed the Russian Empire and the Romanov dynasty that was the protector of the heretic and liberal Russian Orthodox Church, after they had destroyed the perfidious, quote-unquote, Jews out of Europe by first confining them to the Pale of Settlement and then using Stalin and Hitler to kill them off from both directions because, Jews were not allowed to retreat into Russia, which totally destroys the argument that Jews ran Russia. If they did, they would have allowed all the Jews to flee from Poland into Russia. But they were in no man's land. They were forbidden to flee because they were in this pincer between Stalin and Hitler. So after all financed, by the way, by Henry Ford and other huge cartel capitalists out of New York City and London, financing both sides. So after World War II, then, the Jesuits then helped their greatest Nazis to escape out of their rat lines, and they merged the NKVD and the OSS into new agencies using the old masters of the SS and the SD. A portion of them went into each intelligence agency. And so they were busy creating the international intelligence community during the Cold War under the false pretense that we can have thermonuclear war, airborne nuclear war, which I have said many times, there's no proof of mutually assured destruction, and airborne nuclear war. There is no proof for that. And so therefore they put this Cold War upon us, and what happens? It's called the violent peace. The CIA commits 10 million murders during the time of the Cold War, according to what John Stockman, who was one of the first defectors out of the CIA, and he tells the truth. And so they're busy using their intelligence agencies to further kill off the leaders of nations because they cannot allow any national sovereignty to exist in any nation. We must destroy their political leaders. We must destroy their racial identities. We must destroy their language. We must mix the languages. We must destroy their historic cultures. And so they were busy doing this during the Cold War. And so now what we have is the Jesuits now destroying what was once white Anglo-Saxon Protestant Northern Europe and white Anglo-Saxon Protestant North America, and also white Anglo-Saxon Protestant South Africa and Zimbabwe. So they're busy finishing off these last bastions of the greatest resistors to their temporal power, and in the North America here, they're busy merging Roman Catholic Mexico, which has been destroyed thanks to NAFTA and GATT via Bill Clinton and Lee Iacocca, Knight of Malta, Iacocca, Kennedy assassin. And they're busy creating their I-35 highway, which will be the I-69 corridor, for the purpose of our invaders when they come up into North America. So the Jesuits, for the plans for the 21st century is to completely destroy what is left of the Protestant Reformation, including the Bill of Rights and the Constitution, any real freedoms that we've had, and bring the world under international Jesuit fascism with the pillars of communism controlling.
Vitally important, I think, if the nations of Europe and America to remain free, then we have to wake up to what they're doing both in Europe right now and tackle this critical issue of Rome. And it's just so depressing that this country, the supposed leader of freedom, which we know is a falsehood, stands, probably is the only one that could possibly stand in the way, and we have been sold out by the most important branch, and that's our media, who could alert people to this. And they are not doing it, and they're collecting money, going to the bank, while this country will slowly fall into the hands of Rome and the Jesuits.
Right. We have to remember that America, this what we call America, has been in the hands of the Vatican since certainly no later than Grover Cleveland, especially with the Kennedy assassination when the Jesuits killed Kennedy. But from 1901, the fascist symbol of the fascists began to be displayed in the House of Representatives. I saw it there when FDR declared war, when the Congress declared war in 1941. Those fascist symbols were there in the House. So we have had, in fact, de facto fascism in a American empire created by this 14th Amendment, and this empire with its Federal Reserve Bank and its vast resources and men, this tremendous military power that's been built and financed by the Federal Reserve Bank, has been used to just restore the Pope's temporal power around the world and to kill heretics and liberals around the world for the last 100 years. And this is merely a continuation in Iraq of what's been done since the days of the Spanish-American War. So for this to change, American people are going to have to realize that our country has been taken over, and it has been taken over for over 100 years, and they have to start moving to resolve the problem. One of the first things is, humanly speaking, is the Jesuits have to be expelled from this country, and it has to be done by way of the government. That means the Jesuits have to be broken of their death grip over the Justice Department. In fact, when you go into the Justice Department of Washington, D.C., there's a fence there, and there's a gate, and as those gates open on the inner ends of those gates, as it opens together, are the symbol of a Roman fascist, a bundle of rods with an axe protruding at the top. The Justice Department is fascist, and it's run by the Jesuits and will protect them, and they will never be expelled unless the Justice Department is taken back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the Church of Rome is one of the major players in this totalitarianism of the New World Order. And just look at what they've done in Europe, and this is the unfolding of the major global strategy, and you're seeing the Fourth Reich now, I think, emerge out of its embryo, is the way I look at this happening here now. And it's about time Americans realize that this government has sold out. So to get to that point where the government expels the Jesuits, we got a job to do to get the right people in government again.
That's right. And there are those that seem to be right, like Ron Paul. I mean, he advocates doing away with the socialist communist income tax, which is a violation of our Fifth Amendment right, trying to compel us to make admissions and confessions on a tax return every year, which is typical Roman, because you see, the Jesuits have designed this government of the empire precisely as they run their Vatican empire. because every Roman Catholic is supposed to go to confession once a year. Well, now, every citizen under the 14th Amendment is supposed to go to confession every year. It's called filing a tax return. They've patterned it perfectly as they run the Vatican Empire pursuant to canon law. So when Americans begin to wake up and realize it's the Vatican that's taken over, that the Archbishop of New York is really the president, the king of this empire, and there is no political individual who will dare disobey him because they all cower at his feet. They're in St. Patrick's Cathedral hoping for his blessing that they can be in some kind of governmental position. The other thing is the Jesuits, with their 28 universities, their graduates go into every facet of life: sports, entertainment, politics, law, medicine, inventions. The Jesuits are the gatekeepers of the patent office. Anybody who comes out with an anti-gravity craft that can actually fly on an alternative fuel and be anti-gravity, it's all stifled because the Jesuits run the patent office, and they will not grant a patent for that because they control all that technology, and they don't want us goofballs, us animals, to be able to enjoy the technology they enjoy. So when we begin to wake up to their absolute dictatorial control, but we are nothing more than Federal Reserve people. That's all we are. The Jesuits look at us, and everybody they see, they say they're ours, they belong to us, they're all in commerce, they're all trading commercial paper, they all get their loans from our credit, from the Federal Reserve. Their government its very lifeblood is dependent on our loans from the Federal Reserve. Americans are nothing more than Federal Reserve people. They own nothing, they have nothing, and they're all broke. They all think they own something, but they don't. So that's how the Jesuits look at us, and therefore, since we own these people, since we own their bank, since we own the clothes on their back, why can't we draft them and send them off to our crusades to kill people that we want to have killed, and might as well kill some of them too while we're at it? Like, for example, the invasion of Omaha Beach, when it was primarily Protestants that were put on the Omaha Beach, and they deliberately bombed the ocean, they bombed behind the lines so that the majority of those American soldiers could be whacked by the German machine gunners. I mean, this is the kind of things they do. That's why they want to know your dog tag. What's your religion on your dog tag, so they know where to send you. It's a conspiracy so large, as J. Edgar Hoover said in 1954, that it boggles your mind, and we need to begin to wake up and not call it a conspiracy theory. This is reality, because this is exactly what Jesuit canon law and the moral theologians have called for.
Yeah, and I mean, all we have to do is look at Iraq today. Over 1 million Iraqis killed. And
is it 1 million now, Greg?
Yeah.
Terrible.
That's what I've heard.
We said it'd be a war of annihilation.
Yeah.
We knew it was going to be a war of annihilation as soon as they went over there. And you know what I've also found? The only soldiers that came out against this were 2 black soldiers. I haven't seen any white soldiers come out and say anything. There was one black soldier that was on for a day before they yanked him off, that Eric, what was his name? And there was another guy in Rousseau's work from Freedom to Fashion. He was a black fellow Marine. He said, I'm not going back there to kill any more poor people. I haven't seen one white soldier to refuse to go back to Iraq, but we're committing annihilation over there. But hopefully someone will not disappoint us and come out and tell us we're not going back either. It's a war of annihilation.
And, yeah, I mean, it's so obvious that they're using our youth to kill off the Iraqis, and this is not going to end. I mean, this is just the beginning of what their plans are, no matter what the government tells you to pacify you. Oh, we may remove the troops next year and lower the number, but we have to look at the final, analysis from our generals. I just think America, and then to see the lackluster resistance put up now everywhere in this country, it makes me wonder if the American people aren't just resigned to what's happening and say, well, we can't do anything. What can we do? I wonder about that. What's your thoughts?
I think there's much truth to that. Look at the attitude they take towards filing the income tax return. I've never met anybody who wants to do it. I've met many people that say I have to waive my Fifth Amendment right to do it. But you know what? The vast majority of the World War II generation, the baby boomers, they all went along with it. They all had fear and terror of the Internal Revenue Service. And you know what now? There's something a lot more terrifying than those sinners, and that is the Department of Homeland Security. When those monsters are unleashed upon us after we get our next 9/11 event, and after Mecca and Medina are blown, They'll make the IRS and the BATF and all these other alphabet agencies seem like Boy Scouts. Because we didn't resist our invaders at our doorstep, now we will have to resist them at our hearth. And that's always a much more dangerous place than at the doorstep. So yes, you're right. The American people have resigned themselves to this, and hopefully the Lord would send a revival as certain of God's men would begin to preach the true gospel and return to the King James Bible, and people would have courage and faith once again to resist even though the odds, quote-unquote, are against them.
Yeah, and then I love people who say, once you get into the religious aspect of this, so many Americans have become so apathetic to even the thought that religion could be playing a part in this, and the Vatican could be using it as a deception as they have over the centuries. And I think that that is another key element here, that we must start exposing the Vatican as well as other religious people for what they really are.
Absolutely.
And I put it in quotes, call themselves religious. And then the apathetic Americans saying, oh, they can't even be involved in this. It's a perfect plan they've got set up. We've got to break it. We'll be back after this short message.
I woke up today, I was crying, lost in a lost world.
Journal today. I'm your host, Greg Szymanski, and I'll be here for the next hour, and I'm here every day on LibertyRadioLive.com from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Pacific Time. And also you can go and look at my website at www.arcticbeacon.com, and you can read about the Jesuits and many other things that we talk about on this radio program. And I also recommend you go to Vatican Assassins, and I believe that's .org, right? VaticanAssassins.org.
Yes.
And you can get a lot of Eric's writings and also a copy of his latest 1,500-plus page book, Vatican Assassins 3. And it's well worth reading for the reasons that we've stated many times in this show. And I wanted to make something clear to my listeners. This is not a show, a potpourri of interviews done daily to entertain you or to awaken you about the latest little piece of minutia about 9/11 or the little piece of minutia about when the government is going to attack again, like many other shows do. In the past, I've whittled down my message to this very important message, and that is the Vatican-led New World Order in all its tentacles. And I do it for a reason, because I wanted it to be an educational program based on the fact that no one's covering this anywhere. The guests that I bring on, like Eric Phelps, are left to talk in a very small market where they should be in a very large market. And some of my critics have said, well, Greg, why don't you talk about some other things? And I said, I will talk about other things once you put my guests on the major networks, once Alex Jones and John Statmiller put all these guests on, and they're on a basis equal to how they blame the Jews, how they blame the geopolitical banking organizations, and once there's an equality there, I promise I'll do other things. But until that day happens, I won't, because there's no one that needs to be told. And the message needs to get out, and it needs to be done in a repetitive manner if these other organizations are hiding it and actually bringing down this country, and it's going to lead to your demise, folks. That I'm sure of, and I've learned that by just talking to all the people and reading all the hidden stuff that I could not believe. And I say also to my critics, I say, you know what, I lived over there for 6 years. I lived with these people, although I was quite naive back in 1979 through 85. I saw what they did in Italy. I saw the scandals, and now I put the pieces together. And with that personal experience, together with the factual information that's come out, to me, this message is not going to stop until these other people start covering it, which they may never do because they might be on the payroll, or I can get an interview with Father Hans Kolbenbach, who I've tried to do, and he won't talk to me. And that's the leader of the Jesuits, and I figured, why not? I'm a Catholic boy. Why can't he talk to me? He's a priest. If I have some doubts, Father, tell me about it. Talk to me. You know, I have a law degree. I can sit and talk with you intelligently, but he won't speak to me. I've tried. I've went all the way up to the Washington Assistancy to get an interview, and I'm going to start trying again and rattle their chains a little bit more. But these guys, Eric, do not want to talk about facts.
No.
You understand?
You
know what I'm
have
saying?
penetrated their armor by becoming familiar with their doctrines and their true history, and that they will not talk with anybody about outside of their order. But here's something I'd like to read to you. It's a quote from Eugene Sue. I recommend the readers find the book,
Okay, go ahead.
The Wandering Jew. It's in 2 volumes, and you need to get an older volume because the new ones have been censored. But here we read in volume 1 on page 312, 313 and following, quote, and this is a Jesuit who is speaking. What ought not to be sacrificed in order to reign in secret over the all-powerful of the earth, who lord it in full day? This journey to Rome, from which I have just returned, has given me a new idea of our formidable power. For it is Rome which is the culminating point, overlooking the fairest and broadest quarters of the globe, made so by custom, by tradition, or by faith. Thence can our workings be embraced in their full extent. It is an uncommon view to see from its height the myriad tools whose personality is continually absorbed into the immovable personality of our order. What a might we possess! Verily, I am always swayed with admiration, I almost frightened, that man once thinks, wishes, believes, and acts as he alone lists, until, soon ours, he becomes but a human shell. Its kernel of intelligence, mind, reason, conscience, and free will shriveled within him, dry and withered by the habit of mutely, fearingly bowing under mysterious tasks, which shatter and slay everything spontaneous in the human soul. Then do we infuse in such spiritless clay, speechless, cold, and motionless as corpses, the breath of our order, and lo, the dry bones stand up and walk, acting and executing, though only within the limits which are circled round them evermore. Thus do they become mere limbs of the gigantic trunk, whose impulses they mechanically carry out, while ignorant of the design, like the stone cutter who shapes out a stone, unaware if it be for cathedral or bagnio, brothel. But now, in spite of the misfortunes which have befallen the order, that's 1848, I feel myself 1,000 times more ready for action, more authoritative, more strong and more daring, at the head of our mute and black-robed militia, who only think or wish or move and obey mechanically according to my will. On a sign they scatter over the face of the globe, gliding stealthily into households under the guise of confessing the wife or teaching the children, into family affairs by hearing the dying of owls, up to the throne through the quaking conscience of a credulous crowned coward, aye, even to the chair of the Pope himself, living manifesto of the Godhead though he is, by the services rendered him or imposed by him. Is not this secret rule made to kindle or glut the wildest ambition, as it reaches from the cradle to the grave, from the laborer's hovel to the royal palace, from the palace to the papal chair, unquote? That's Eugene Sue in his masterpiece, The Wandering Jew, which is really a suppressed book these days and not read in any major college literature course.
Yeah, powerful words.
And by the way, Eugene Sue, because of his work, when in 1848, 1852, when there was a coup d'etat and Napoleon III became emperor, he was driven from France and never allowed to return and died in exile.
Unbelievable. And these are kind of things that you're not going to get. One of the most interesting things is the Jesuits call themselves the great educators, but I think their major role is to keep the books on the shelf they want you to read and to take off the books that they don't want you to read. And many of them have to do with criticisms and facts about their history. And one thing I asked a number of Jesuits in these assistancies. I'd call them, and I remember talking to a couple of their historians. And I started reeling off some of these books, and they said they had no idea about them, that this was ever written about the Jesuits. And I find that unbelievable. If I can find it, how can a historian that's been trained for 14 years in the Jesuit order not know about them?
Exactly right. And they're very familiar with the priests who have left the order or the priests who have left Catholicism. And they're very familiar with their books, like Father Chenequi's 50 Years in the Church of Rome. I have another one here called Dialogues, Dealings with the Inquisition by Dr. Incl, who was a priest. We have Papal Rome. We have another one here, the Kingdom of Solipsis, England. And, you know, they're all Catholic priests who left the order. They fled to England where they could have protection there because it was a Protestant nation. And then they wrote all their works. You have G.B. Nicolini writing History of the Jesuits there. He was an Italian. He fled Italy and took up residence in England and warned the English people of the Jesuits going to overthrow England and the British Empire. And, of course, very few of them listened. But he wrote his great work, History of the Jesuits, there from London. So all these priests, and there are many hundreds of them, have written works exposing the Jesuits, the duplicity of the Vatican, the Pope's temporal power, assassinations and murders, and they have used their secret societies like Skull and Bones and like the Knights of Columbus and high-level Freemasons in academia to suppress these books. I never forget when I went to a book sale at a major university around here, and I found 50 Years in the Church of Rome for 10 cents. The Doctrines of Pius IV for 25 cents. I found Popery, Puseyism, and Jesuitism, one of the greatest masterpieces written by an ex-priest on the power of the Jesuits ever written in the late 1800s. Found it for 75 cents. So they have deliberately purged the libraries of the greatest works, of the greatest exposés on them, because they don't want any honest, critical thinker to evaluate them.
And I remember the interview we did a while back with former Archbishop of Guatemala, Gerard Buffard.
The bishop. Mm-hmm.
And this was another example. Now, he was a liaison between the Black Pope and the Pope, and he verified everything that we talked about and added some of the things, very credible. He lives in Canada, and I've tried to get him on the show, but he's very ill. And
he's ill, but as I mentioned to you, he said he won't come back because he was told by some intelligence people up there to shut your mouth and you're not going to go back on that show anymore. So that's why he won't come back.
Yeah. And so
remember, British Canadian intelligence, Canadian Secret Intelligence Service, CSIS, is nothing but a tentacle of the CIA. And so they do what they're told from Washington. Same way with the FBI, same way with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. They're all a tentacle of the Vatican. And anybody who seriously who has any credibility to come out and expose this, they are told to shut their mouths.
Right, and I remember he brought some interesting information verifying much of what we talk about the Jesuit order's intentions, the Vatican role in the New World Order, and this comes from the mouth of a former Archbishop of Guatemala, who I might add is now a born-again Christian.
That's right, yeah. And when I was there to visit him a couple of years ago, he showed me his broken bishop's ring. Because whenever a man ceases to be a bishop, they break the ring open, they take out a certain seal that's in it. But he showed me his broken bishop's ring. He'd been in the Knights of Columbus. He had the sword, the outfit, the whole thing with the Knights of Columbus. He'd been inducted into high-level Freemasonry within a certain Catholic cathedral up there. He showed me all his regalia and all his uniforms, yeah.
Yeah, and he mentioned that he was in the higher-level Freemason, and that many archbishops are around the world.
That's right.
And then he's threatened. So what does that tell you, folks? If a guy is so credible as him is threatened and can't come on the show again, don't you think there's an ounce of credibility in what we're talking about? And don't you think there's a really reason for why they want to blame the Jews and why they want to keep this message off? Because this is really how you're going to destroy the New World Order, and they don't want anybody to know about it. Because I tell you what, look what happened to Kennedy. We talked about that earlier. And there's another interview I remember. There was a guy named Jim Arabito who had done a lot of exposing in the 90s of the Jesuit order, and he was on a world mission to expose this. In fact, I pulled an interview that he did with Alberto Rivera, a former Jesuit priest who was killed by them, and just enlightening information that's been suppressed. And as the Jesuits would have it, Jim Arabito was killed in an Alaskan plane crash when he was on his mission to expose these people. Another
the same way they did to John Jr., JFK Jr., sure.
You think so?
Wanted to find his father's killer. He had $100 million to spend. He was definitely a threat. They killed Kennedy just like they killed James Arabito.
Yeah, and it's just amazing. And I remember I've also had Nuri Rivera on, and that's Father Alberto Rivera's wife, who talked about how she's been threatened by the Jesuits and verifies the story that he was killed because of his exposition of the Jesuit order and the things that we talk about. So it's there, being covered up, and hopefully, my only hope is that many more people do some research and begin to expose this in many more places on the Internet. And my hope is that someday we'll see it in the mainstream media, because that will be the sign that our country is getting healthy again. Eric, I know you wanted to talk about how to confront these people, how to successfully live in this type of world, and what to do to, in a sense, try and defeat this Vatican-led New World Order. And I wanted to go over because we tried that last time, we didn't get through it all, and I know you had a lot more to say about that. So go ahead.
How much time we got, Greg? About another 40 minutes or so?
Yeah.
Okay. Just as a recap a little bit, we have to remember the Dark Ages. The Dark Ages, before the Jesuits existed, was run by the papacy. The top orders were Franciscans, Dominicans, Benedictines, Augustinians, etc. And the papacy was running papal Europe, and they had an Inquisition that ran throughout all the nations in Europe. That was their international intelligence community. It was the Holy Office of the Inquisition. And when anybody was ever secretly accused, the accused were not allowed to see their accuser. Whenever they were secretly accused of saying anything bad about the Pope or bad about one of the kings that the Pope was using to rule that country, they would be arrested at night. The inquisitor, dressed in red, would bang on the door, and then people would come to the door. Who is it? It's the Holy Office. And struck with fear and terror, the door would slam open. It would grab the person, the man of the house, arrest him, take him down, and torture a confession out of him. And that once he confessed to his crime, like the Russian KGB or NKVD, then they handed him over to the secular arm to be burned. After that, they confiscated all of his wealth and all of his landed property. So the Inquisition today, through the Black Pope's International Intelligence Community, works the same way. And the IRS is a part of that. And this is what the Jesuits have sought to do, to restore the blessed despotism of the Dark Ages. And there's a book called The 13th Century, the Greatest of Centuries. And in it, these Jesuit coadjutors call for the restoration of the 13th century when the Pope is the universal monarch of Europe. And that's exactly what they want to do now. And so what happened is they had this power where you had the immorality of the Vatican, the mass murder going on throughout Europe for several hundred years, and all of a sudden, God raised up a few men, Wycliffe, Martin Luther, William Tyndale, John Calvin, and a few others who believed the gospel. Jesus Christ had died for their sins according to the Scriptures, was buried and rose again and coming back, 1 Corinthians 15, and that they were the champions of justification by faith alone, not by any works of righteousness which we would do, but by the simple grace of God that we're saved by grace through faith and not of ourselves. The gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. And when Luther realized justification by faith alone, through grace alone, and the Scriptures are the final authority of faith and practice, he said, there's no more need for the Pope. There's no more need for the papacy. And ultimately he was expelled from the papacy because it rejected the Word of God, and he became the great German reformer out of which the rest of the Reformations took place, like in Holland and in England. And what happened with this Protestant Reformation when the Bible was put into the hands of the common man in his own language, he could now read what God's maxims and his words for himself. And so in applying these maxims to everyday life, why these northern European nations broke the temporal, the political power of the Pope over their nation after they had broken his spiritual power by believing on Christ, the one mediator between God and men, according to 1 Timothy 2:5. So with the breaking of his temporal power, we now have what's called national sovereignty. There was no national sovereignty in the Dark Ages. If the king did not do what the Pope told him to do, the Pope would relieve his subjects of their allegiance to him. And the first one that could get near him and kill him would be doing God a service. So there was no national sovereignty in the Dark Ages, but now with the Pope's temporal power broken, why national sovereignty begins in Germany. It goes into Holland after an 80-year civil war. It goes into England with Elizabeth and later Cromwell. And it also finds its way over here with the creation of our Declaration of Independence and U.S. Constitution. That all the colonies were historically white Anglo-Saxon, Presbyterian, and Baptist Calvinists, 97% of them. And so what we have is the modern era taking place after the 30 Years' War ending in 1648. And so with the modern era taking place and national sovereignties arising and a middle class with its own money arising using gold and silver coins or currency redeemable and such, because all the nations had gold and silver coins, Europe and here, what you had then was prosperity, you had a middle class, you had inventions, you had science, you had advancement of civilization like it had never advanced before, far beyond the Renaissance, all because people embraced the Word of God, the Reformation Bible, for English-speaking people, the AV 1611, or if you please, the Geneva Bible. It comes from the same essential Greek text. And with that, the blessing of God was on those peoples, and that exalted their nations. And that's exactly what Proverbs says. Righteousness exalteth a nation. Well, how much more righteous can you be is when God looks at you and he sees his Son. And when you obey his Word and keep his commandments, then your nation, your community, your home becomes prosperous, and you begin to excel. Well, the Jesuits cannot have this. So what we must do is we must destroy the very foundation of this historic white Anglo-Saxon Western culture born out of the Reformation. So what we're going to do is we're going to wage war. We're going to cause wars between these Protestant nations like England and Germany. We'll get them to war and kill each other. And we will take the Bible out of their hands. We'll put counterfeits in the hands of these people. All come from the Revision Committee of 1870, the Westcott and Hort Greek text, which is really Pro-Jerome's Latin Vulgate Greek text. And we're going to make all these different translations of this corrupted Greek text, and we're going to flood England, and we're going to flood America with it. And we're going to call it the American Standard and the New American Standard and NIV, and goes on and on and on. And so with that, the people have ignorantly departed from the Word of God because their pastors are hirelings. They're not real pastors. They're not real men of God, because men of God will die for the sheep. They don't care as long as they're being obedient. And so now the Jesuits have replaced the Bible with a book called the Bible, which it's not. And then they get control. Once they break the spiritual power of the nation, like they broke our spiritual power here in America by 1900, they took over the government. And once they took over the government, the Pope's temporal power was in place, and then they will execute canon law. So what did they do? They used America and the British Empire and the German government to wage wars on populations that they wanted to see destroyed, as well as their own populations. And so where we are now is we are at the lowest ebb of the Reformation that I've ever seen in its history, and we're at the greatest pinnacle of Jesuit power that we've ever seen. So what is the answer? The answer is we got to do exactly what our forefathers did. That's the only way we'll break their spiritual power. No atheist is going to do it. No Muslim's going to do it. No Roman Catholic devoted to the Pope is going to do it. And no Jew's going to do it. It's going to take men who truly repent of their sins, believe on the Lord Jesus Christ, that he died for our sins according to the Scriptures, was buried and rose again and coming back. And now you're placed in Christ, and now you have power as you're reading the Bible to resist Satan's government and his greatest second cause, which is the papacy. Now that you're in this position, you have to enter into a solemn league and covenant, as the Covenanters did in Scotland with one another. We begin to form our own churches, like the Szymanskis, or the Phelpses, or the Hugheses, or the Eberhards. We're going to be new denominations, God forbid. But we're going to have our own churches, and as we will then unite together under a common league of fellowship, under a solemn league and covenant, and we will covenant together with one another to protect one another, to look out for one another, and to not go along with the tyranny of the government, which leads to the next conclusion. And that is formal and open secession by us once we are right with God, because you see, God has established the divine institution of human government. So therefore, what we have to do is once we have to declare our sovereignty and establish our own human government, and then tell to the world why we are declaring our sovereignty, as the Declaration of Independence did, so that we have a just cause, a righteous cause, for declaring our sovereignty and independence from Washington and the American Empire, and starting our own nation states once again in this North America. And so what examples do we have? Well, we have the example of the Presbyterian Calvinists of Mecklenburg County in North Carolina. And I read to you from the Council of Chalcedon. It's November of 1986. On page 17, we read, quote, "Relationship between the Declaration of Independence and the Mecklenburg Declaration. Did Thomas Jefferson write the Declaration of Independence without borrowing from another major document that also declared separation from Britain? There is much evidence that Jefferson borrowed from the Mecklenburg Declaration when he wrote the Declaration of Independence. On May 20th, 1775, 1 year before the Declaration of Independence was signed in Philadelphia, the Scotch-Irish Presbyterians of Mecklenburg County, North Carolina, met in Charlotte to declare their independence from the government of Great Britain. The following is a portion of this Mecklenburg Declaration." Before I read that, I'd just like to comment here. These guys had guts. And the reason why they had courage is because they had faith. And the reason why they had faith is because God imparted that faith to them in the reading of the Reformation Bible, the King James Bible, or the Geneva Bible. And because of their courage and faith, they just took a mere county, and declared their independence from King George III and his huge Royal Navy. Here's a portion of that Mecklenburg Declaration. Quote, "We do hereby dissolve the political bands which have connected us with the mother country, and hereby absolve ourselves from all allegiance to the British Crown. We hereby declare ourselves a free and independent people, are and of right ought to be a sovereign and self-governing association, under control of no power other than that of our God and the general government of Congress, to the maintenance of which we solemnly pledge to each other our mutual cooperation and our lives and our future and our most sacred honor." That's where Jefferson got that in the Declaration, from the Mecklenburg Declaration. So this is what these men do, and if they did it then, Greg, we can do it again. God doesn't change. If we honor Him, He'll honor us. If we keep His commandments, He will honor us. He will answer our prayers. There's no reason why He could not bless a movement like this. But it will take men who are completely devoted to the true Word of God and to the Lord Jesus Christ, and they have no affinity to any particular denomination. Their affinity is to right teaching and the doctrines of grace as found in the Bible. And when they do that, the revolt, the true healthy revolution will begin in the pulpits, and that will carry over into the political, civil life of a people.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like that plan. It sounds to me like the only way to get this to do what you're saying is to follow what people did in the past, and it seemed to work.
It worked because the Lord intervened. See, they weren't like posse comitatus. They weren't like the Ku Klux Klan. They weren't like all the identity people. They weren't calling for you to get your guns and fight the government. What these guys did is they first got right with God. They had a public confession of sin in Scotland with the Covenanters. That was their example. They took the Westminster Confession of Faith. It was the guideline for the Mecklenburg Declaration. And then once they were right with God, then they openly declared their purpose by withdrawing their allegiance to King George and reserving it only to the Congress. And then God blessed them with righteous men to lead them and men of faith and courage to fight on the battlefield against these tyrants when they sent their armies against us.
And maybe
here's another thing too. This would be tantamount to say in Pennsylvania here, the county that I live in is Lebanon, that Lebanon County declares its independence from Washington. And
go ahead.
That it will submit to the leadership of Harrisburg. Okay? So we're not totally lawless. We're on the part of our state. So we're helping our state. We're urging our state to do what we did in our county of Lebanon. And then after Lebanon, then Berks. And then after Berks, Lancaster. And then pretty soon all these counties begin to secede. And then there's a movement in Harrisburg in Congress there for a ordinance of secession. That Pennsylvania is withdrawing from this empire.
Okay, Eric, let's take a 3-minute break, come back, and talk some more. This is Eric John Phelps after these short messages. Okay, we're back on the Investigative Journal. My guest is Eric John Phelps. He's the author of Vatican Assassins 3, and we're discussing some solutions to the problem instead of always trying to just talk about the problems. And Eric, I think one of your major points is you must have a strong faith, and then you must begin to declare your sovereignty from this illegal government that we've now have controlling us. For many, many reasons, I think this is similar to what happened back in the 1700s. But what are the differences? How do you see this, if this ever did move forward, what are the differences in modern-day America, maybe bigger obstacles we have to
We have no preachers.
cross?
We have no preachers. We have no men of God with courage. And that's what the colonists had. The preacher there at Lexington, he wouldn't let his men out there. They were the ones who died on the green. He led all of his men in church to fight the redcoats. And until we get over this brainwash of Romans 13 that it is a defense for unlimited submission to tyranny, until we repudiate that heresy and start to go back to what it really means, and that God instituted human government for our benefit, and that they bear the sword for our punishment for evil, and they are to reward us for doing good. When that kind of biblical government is acknowledged, and that's why government wasn't established, then we can go forward. But it's going to have to start in the pulpits. Therefore, what God's going to have to do, He's going to have to start saving some of these men that are listening on this broadcast, giving them the faith of Jesus Christ, and they're going to read the Bible for themselves, and they can start their own preaching. They can start preaching out on the street or at universities or whatever, and you know what? One day they'll get a following. And then as they become more influential and they start preaching and they put out a newsletter, but they are fearless preachers, they have no fear of the government, they have no fear of anybody or anything. And as they're beginning to preach, then people start to wake up. And as they wake up, now your county has woke up, and ultimately you run for election. One of your church members becomes the sheriff, another guy becomes the county commissioner, and then pretty soon you get these guys in places of government, and then you decide to withdraw your allegiance to Washington. And remember, the sheriff's the most powerful law enforcement officer of the county. Once that declaration of independence is made, then you kick out all the federal agencies. All of them are gone, because now you have a sovereign county, and you're calling for Harrisburg or your state capital in your state to declare its independence from Washington. And once that happens, you now repudiate the national debt. You now take all the land, all the property that's really been pledged to the Federal Reserve because of the national debt. You take it back. You've taken back your land. You've taken back your personal property rights. You reinstitute the common law. You let people prosper. Inventions begin to happen. And with that, people begin to prosper. People begin to be optimistic. Doctors to come into your country where they can cure cancer and they can cure heart disease. There's no reason anybody should have those things. And so once you do that, you have freedom of expressions, freedom of invention, and you're going to see leaps and bounds growing in culture and progress. Well, the Jesuits don't want this. So what does that mean? We have to prepare for our defense. Every man must be armed. And we have to be willing to die for the sake of our God and for the preservation of our nation and keeping it sovereign. And it might be a little old state of Vermont, or it might be the state of Maine, or it might be the state of Tennessee. But there's got to be some place somewhere here in North America county by county, that they will begin to secede. And I can't think of any more of a reason than this horrible crime of bringing down the World Trade Center, the crime of killing Kennedy and never resolving the murder, and now the crime of using our young people to fight this Pope's crusade on a war of annihilation that ultimately is going to kill our military because it will be betrayed. We need to first repent, get right with God, establish our own government, then secede.
And, anything else you want to add on this?
Yes, there's a book that your listeners need to get a hold of. It's called Lex Rex by Samuel Rutherford. And Samuel Rutherford was a Bible-believing preacher. He was hated. His work was publicly burned by the agents of Rome in England because this great work was a foundation for resistance to political tyranny, and he names the Jesuits throughout the book as the masters of usurping the government of England. So we need to read Lux Rex, we need to read Fox's Book of Martyrs, and we need to read the Reformation Bible and look back into our histories. Turn off the TV, it's nothing but Jesuit cinema and lies, and get back into the truth, which will take work.
Yeah, and there's the obstacles to seem insurmountable. I think people that would be listening,
but you know what?
I'm listening.
Do you know what, Greg? That's exactly what God likes. He likes it when the odds are all against us. I think of Joab when he said on the battlefield, he said, you go there and I'll go here, and let the Lord doeth what seemeth good to him. All that matters is that we are in a position of obedience where we're obeying God, and let the Lord doeth what seemeth good to him. I think of Latimer, Ridley, and Fry that were burned at the stake at Smithfield. And one of those men, I believe it was Fry, as he was condemned and they were leading him to the stake, he stopped and he kissed all 7 or 8 of his children, every one of them goodbye, by their age, and then went to the stake and was burned. I mean, if these guys can die for the gospel of Christ and kiss their children goodbye, how much more should we be able to do the same thing in seeking to make a place where our children can have a chance? Because there's not a prayer for them now. They have no future ahead of them.
That's the point that we need to discuss. Yeah, what's the fate of our children in the next generation if we don't try to do something? I think you're right. They don't have a chance. And you've said some really good things, and I think I wanted to just add something, and that is, if we look at all the patriot movements, many of the movements that have tried to secede from the Union, there are many different ones. They're all lacking what I think you touched on, and that is faith and men of conviction who are not just operating out of a secular mind state.
That's right. They have no personal righteousness. They haven't been declared righteous according to the Scriptures, and therefore they have not subordinated their will to the Word of God, because you see, it's first the sword of the Spirit, which is the Word of God. That's what we submit to, and we're cut by it. And as we're cut by the sword of the Spirit, God begins to remake us into something He can use. And then after we're in a position where we have been fashioned, where we can be of service to the Lord, and the sin is cut down in our lives to the place where we're not constantly involved in sin, then He can begin to use us for these kinds of things. And that's where all the Patriot Movement boys, they're all lacking because they have no personal righteousness. It's not a biblical position founded in the Bible and based on the history of the Reformation. And it can never work.
And what happens is they concentrate solely on the secular aspect without completely understanding what the New World Order is all about.
That's right.
And tying in the Jesuit Vatican connection and the Inquisition to the same movement that was happening, back in the days we're talking about revolution in this country. And so I think what you're getting at here, and I think I could make the statement, maybe that's the reason that many of these patriot movements have been unsuccessful, and that's why people that look upon this now will say, well, look at all the people in the past that have failed.
Well, and the patriot movement, there's not one of them, because I was a part of some of them. I remember the National Colony Barter Association, Golden Mean Society, a whole bunch of patriot organizations. Every last one of them are anti-Jew. Every one of them. So God's not going to bless them. Genesis 12 is going to come into play. I'll bless those that bless you, the seed of Abraham, and I'll curse those that curse you. So you're going to curse the racial Jews. God will not get involved in what you're doing. That's what Tex Mars is doing, cursing the racial Jews. So now he doesn't have God's blessing in his ministry. So we have to get away from that Jesuit sidetrack, that Jesuit rabbit trail, realizing there are many evil Jews, like Larry Silverstein, who made billions of dollars because of 9/11, but he's a servant of the Archbishop of New York. We have to call these Jews the Pope's Jews, and they're servile to the papacy. They have no king but Caesar, which is the Pope. So once we get our doctrine right, and we realize who the true enemy is, which is the Vatican, and especially the Jesuit order, which is the power behind the Vatican, then we can petition our God, and he will intervene for us, and he will begin to answer our prayers, because you see, we now have personal righteousness, and as we're cleansed by the washing of the water by the word of John 15, he's in a position to answer our prayers if our prayers are pursuant to his will, and we want something good and not something selfish for ourselves. He'll answer them. He'll intervene. He'll sow confusion in the hearts of the enemies. He'll kill the leaders that are the most powerful. You know, God will begin to intervene for us. And that's what the Jesuits don't want. That's why they teach us to be atheists in the schools. That's why they've taken the Bibles out of public schools. That's why they make infidels out of all your top academians and scientists. You have to imbibe in them there is no God, so don't waste your time praying, because nothing's going to come of it anyway, when history is completely contrary to that.
Right, and I think if you added that one aspect, the spiritual aspect you're talking about, to a patriot movement, I think people would be surprised how quickly the numbers would grow.
That puts the movement into warp drive. We're just puddling along. When you want to put it in warp drive, it's got to be done with the Bible and the power of the Spirit of God. Then it goes warp, and then they can't catch you, and then God begins to protect you, and he sows confusion in their camps, and it's just wonderful. I saw that in the Dutch Republic. I saw it in the American War of Independence. I saw it in Cromwell on the battlefield at Dunbar and Marston Moor. God intervening, that's the only solution. When the Spanish Armada was sunk, when England was fixed after 5 days of battle and the Clippers had run out of ammunition and food, and there was no one to save them, then God sent a storm and wiped out 2/3 of the Spanish Armada, killing 20,000 soldiers, and only 10,000 returned to Spain. God will intervene for it. I'm telling you, we're getting a Chinese invasion. They're going to send their huge navy that's been built by the Knights of Malta using our corporate cartel capitalists. They're going to invade our country. And you know what? As I said at the Con in 2002, if we would repent, if just God's people would repent and begin to start reading his real Bible, the AB 1611, and calling upon him in faith, and resisting these sinners in our government as well as foreign policy, God would intervene for us. The only thing we have to fear is not obeying him. We have to count our lives. We have to count all things but loss. Dying is nothing. It's easy to die. It's hard to live for the Lord. It's easy to die. So when they put a bullet to our heads or whatever happens, it's easy. It's home to be with the Lord. The hard part's sticking around and doing what's right. And the Lord will intervene, just as he did in the past in those examples. And that's why I wrote Vatican Assassins, to give you a flow of history, how God intervened for these peoples, these poor peoples who trusted him and who committed their lives to him and sought to obey his word, and he intervened for them and their countries and blessed them for it.
Yeah, and I mean, this is another reason why the Jesuits and the Vatican want to keep all this out of the mainstream or the alternative news, because once this is uncovered, that Spirit of God could really change the tide, and I think they know that.
That's right, they know it. That's why they hate the doctrines of grace. That's why they hate Calvinism. That's why they hate the idea that man is totally depraved, that man is that needs irresistible grace to come to salvation, that Christ's death in a specific way was for his elect, that there is an irresistible grace that God gives that calls you to salvation, and when you're saved there's a perseverance of the saints. They hate the concept of the total depravity of man. They think man is basically good, and by reason they can know God, etc., etc., etc. And so therefore they don't believe that man is an innate and corrigible sinner. They hate that doctrine, because when a man gets that in his soul and realizes he can do nothing without Christ, then God, when you know you can do nothing, then God begins to work through you. and great things happen, and the Jesuit orders put to flight. For example, in England, the Jesuits had taken over King George III. He protected, after Jesuit General Ricci died in St. Angelo Castle in Rome, he protected the Jesuits in England. And so we're not surprised to see the Jesuits controlling King George III during the American War of Independence. But God intervened. He used the French, who had expected to help us. They sent their navy over to us. They sent Lafayette to us, the boy general who dearly loved General Washington and Washington him. And as a result, God used France and Spain to give us victory and separation from England, because Spain had suppressed the Jesuits, and so had France. So God can do it again if we would but trust Him and seek His face and not be willing to do what ultimately we must do, and that is to go to the block if we have to for the sake of the truth.
Right. And those points, and that, I think, is really an inspirational speech that you just gave, because it gives many people out there who have found the Word of God a reason to look at the secular aspect of this and work together. And for those who are struggling to find truth or faith, to see how important it is to have that faith and to get it from God, and to see how the Vatican and Jesuits have been manipulating both aspects.
That's right.
Religious aspect.
Because there was a movie out. It was Clint Eastwood in it. It was called The Pale Rider.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe listeners have heard it. And in that movie, the evil, wicked man who's in charge of the miners that are destroying these other guys that had their little mines, their little gold mines, when it's reported to him that there's preachers in town. He said, "Not a preacher." He says, "If a preacher's there, those people are going to have faith, and then we'll really be in trouble." That's exactly what the Jesuit orders think. If a true preacher comes around and people start getting saved and starting to live by faith, then the powers of tyranny have a real problem. And they expressed it in that movie.
Yeah, I remember that, too. I remember that movie.
Yeah.
I watched it maybe even within the last 6 months. Yeah. But when you see that, then you look at the social aspect of America, and I think people, once we've talked about the religious and the secular points here, look at the social aspect of America, what we've turned into as a culture. And isn't it exactly what the Jesuits wanted? No faith whatsoever, a total group of people who live, the high life, watching TV, entertainment, pornography.
Right.
It goes on and on and on. And what that does is it keeps you away from the important things in life. And I just wanted you to comment about their social aspect, the social
exactly
plan
right.
they have.
Exactly. They've used their Supreme Court to legalize pornography, to legalize forced race mixing, which is completely unbiblical. They've used it to exalt the female to an equal level as a man, which is really female supremacy now. You don't believe me, just watch what happens when you get a divorce and see who gets what. They have completely reversed everything. They have destroyed our monetary system. We have no wealth. We can't save a dime. They've given us they've destroyed our domestic manufacturers. They've destroyed our small businessmen. That was the basis for all of our jobs and having fine American products. It's one damnable thing after another. And so the people think, who cares? There's nobody who cares. Give me another shot of whiskey, or give me another hit on that joint, or let's go do an 8-ball. And so as a result of all this depression, that's the practical solution. But the practical solution, when you embrace the Word of God, is it doesn't matter how dark it is. Because no matter how dark it is, the Lord's still on the throne. He still has all power in heaven and earth, and He can intervene and answer your prayers. And when He does that with a host of people, things start to happen.
Yeah, and I think you're, just so people know you a little bit, you weren't always this way. I mean,
no.
You come from a different background, so
I was raised in
it can happen to you, it could happen to anybody. Tell us a little bit about your background.
If it can happen to me, it can happen to anybody. I was raised in a little place called Terre Hills, California. I was raised around Irish and Portuguese and Italian Catholic people. Loved them dearly. Yeah, but in my family, we were atheists. And, we're apostate Protestants. We were once Protestant, but, Jesus is just a good man, blah, 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 blah. And so I was in tremendous sin, even in high school, and as a result, the Lord used that sin that I had gotten into to convict me that I was going to hell. And I knew if there was a hell, I deserved to go there. And so therefore, if there was a hell and I deserved to go there, well, then I needed God's remedy. And his remedy was his Son has stepped up, and he died as though he did all those horrible things that I did, and he was buried and rose again, and now he's given me a free pardon. He offers a free pardon, and the Lord convicted me that that's exactly what I needed. I needed to be forgiven of my sins, and when that happened, the Lord saved me, and he began to change me. And I began to grow in his Word, and went into the Air Force, and spent 5 years there. And so, but it's been a learning process and a growing process, but the benchmark is the point of salvation when you believe the gospel. And if God can save an atheist living around other atheists, then he can save anybody else for that matter.
And what would you say to people that would still have doubt, excuse me, that would say to you, Eric, how are you so sure? You could have taken the easy way out and just dismissed this and go, well, it's just a story, heaven and hell, this God, and you could have gone on your merry way, finding many, many different religions and ways of life. How could you tell a person that you're fairly positive that you chose the right way?
Well, simple. Romans 10:17. Faith cometh by hearing, and hearing of the Word of God. When you begin to hear the Word of God, and as you read it, there's something that book does to you. I was saved in my room, reading the book Gospel of John late at night one night. My mother thought I was going crazy. You in that Bible. And when I was beginning to read that, and I saw that, for God so loved that he gave his only begotten Son, when I realized that I needed that I had to have the forgiveness of sins, I knew that I was going to hell, and I knew it was true. God gives you the faith to believe. The faith cometh by hearing. It comes to you. By how? By preaching of the Word of God. And the fruit of the Spirit is what? Love, joy, peace, temperance, patience, meekness, faith. Faith is a fruit of the Spirit. I have full confidence that if you sit down and you read the King James Bible, starting with the Gospel of John and then going to Romans, something will happen to you. Mm-hmm. And God will begin to get a hold of your heart on these matters, because it's his supernatural revelation, and God gave his Word, he preserved it, and it's ready for us to read in 2007 tonight. If he hasn't preserved his Word, he can't hold the world together. It's all a farce, and we might as well go out, eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die.
Yeah, and in a world like America where most of the preachers have been corrupted, and we've presented much documentation on this show about that, many people are out going around to different churches and looking and finding and hoping. What do you got to lose? Read the Bible. Read that version of the Bible, like Eric says, King James Version, John and Romans. And what do you got to lose? When you really think about it, and you may have something really great to gain by opening up your mind and allowing that, even though I know many people get turned off when they hear that word because of the propaganda that's been spread about the Bible.
That's exactly right. You got the Jesuits and their coadjutors, the Phelps family. You have to endure that plague of having the same name they have. Because what do they say? All those people in the World Chair were wicked sinners, and they all went to hell, and they all deserve to go to hell. Well, there's no. How do they know that? How do they know there weren't some people in that World Trade Center that were saved and knew the Lord? How do they know that? What this is, it's a Jesuit design to harden people against those of us who read the Bible and the history of those who read the Bible, so that you won't read the Bible. That's what it's designed to do.
Yeah. And then they get you going in all different directions.
That's right.
And without including this as one of the directions, is what I'm getting at. And so many people, really, I know, because I can listen to people, who respond to my show, and it's just, I just say, well, what do you got to lose? I mean, give it a shot. I mean, talking in stricter, with American lingo, give it a shot. Maybe you'll learn something.
Here's an example of history. Let me give you a complete absurd example of history. We all know of the mutiny on the Bounty, right?
Right.
We're never told the rest of the story. With the mutiny on the Bounty lands in Tahiti.
And 2 minutes, so squeeze it in. Okay?
Okay, and those sailors, they get off in all kinds of sin. and they're starting to kill each other. Well, one of the sailors crawls back into the hold of the Bounty and finds the Bible, and he starts reading it. Then he gets saved. He starts reading it to others. And in 20 years after the Bounty, the English arrived there to try to arrest and execute those mutineers, and they found the island was civilized. There wasn't any crime because the Bible was part of its culture. That's Tahiti then. And if it did that to Tahiti, it can do that to any culture. Try to read it.
Right.
Trust God about it. Amen.
Right. And, we have about a minute, and I want to thank you again. Any last words on the subjects we were talking about tonight?
Well, I hope I've tried to cover them clearly and dealt from a historical and a biblical position. I sometimes let my emotions carry me away, but I always want my emotions to follow my reasoning. So hopefully the listener will receive the blessing, and my encouragement is to read the Bible. Believe on the Lord Jesus Christ, and shall be saved. Be in thine house.
Well, Eric, we're all out of time. Again, thank you, and we'll have you on when you get back from your vacation.
Pleasure
Okay?
to be with you, Greg, and your listeners.
Okay, that was Eric John Phelps. Go to VaticanAssassins.org. You can get Eric's latest book, Vatican Assassins 3, there and read a lot more about what we were talking about in the show.
Hello, Walter. Thank you for joining us on this interview. We want to talk today a little bit about some of the things that are happening in Rome with the new Pope. You've heard, obviously, about the new Pope, Pope Francis, and some of the things that people are saying about him. Let's begin first with the news about Benedict retiring. What do you think of that? This is the first time a Pope has ever retired in 600 years.
Well, Benedict did give some previous indications that he might retire, also in the symbolic gestures towards the previous pope that had actually retired. So maybe they were working on a time frame. Maybe there was a time frame involved where the actual people with the power structures in place could take over at the appropriate time. And I think that's what happened.
So you think they had it all planned beforehand?
I think they're working on the time schedule. The Vatican does nothing haphazardly. They are a well-oiled machine. They are well-structured. They know where they are heading, and they have a plan. And this plan has to go into fruition, and they will do everything that is necessary to achieve that.
What about some of the things we've been hearing about accusations against Pope Benedict of crimes he may have committed?
Well, the Vatican leaks are a very fascinating part of the Vatican modern history. And one doesn't know what is happening behind the scenes, whether there is any particular thing that is being covered up. We can only go from what the media says. But the Vatican is a master chameleon. It will adopt the shape and form that it has to in order to further its interests. And even negative news is good news for the Vatican if it can be used in the right way.
That's true. Do you believe that they were going to charge Pope Benedict with anything?
I don't know whether they were going to charge him. There's no evidence that they were, although people were talking about cover-ups and financial dealings and all issues like that. It could have played a role. But personally, I think that the time has come for the people who have their power structures in place to actually start exercising that power. The world is in a fascinating state of flux. And to have a Jesuit pope at this stage is phenomenal. Now, apparently, the Jesuits are normally in a support role to the papacy. You have the head of the Jesuits is referred to as the Black Pope. And the whole aim and function of the Jesuit order, the very reason for its existence, is to counteract the Reformation and to reinstate the papacy into the same power position that it had during the Dark Ages. That is the only reason why the Jesuits were created and why they exist. And it's fascinating to me that he took the name Francis, but they didn't initially announce which Francis. Now, there are two Saint Francis. The one is the Francis of Assisi, who is the patron saint of the poor. But of course, St. Francis of Assisi, the great patron of the poor, is a very good catchphrase. But the other one, the other St. Francis, was St. Francis Xavier. And Francis Xavier was co-founder of the Jesuit order together with Ignatius Loyola. And it's fascinating that he was also the first missionary Jesuit who went to India, to Goa, where the Portuguese had opened up trade routes. But it's fascinating that he there found Christians probably from an earlier era, maybe even from the apostolic times, because the gospel went into those regions. And these people were keeping certain Jewish laws. And they were keeping the Sabbath and not the Sunday. And so he asked for the Inquisition to be instigated. So that is the other side of the story. And a question that pops into my mind is whether a Jesuit would honor a Jesuit founding saint or whether he would not. But be that as it may, the Jesuits are famous for their twin doctrines. One for the outside world, one for the inside world. One for public consumption, as it were, one for insider consumption. So by taking the name Francis, he might be sending a double message.
That's very interesting. You mentioned also that the Jesuits usually have a supportive role. How does it now that the Jesuits are in a front position? How does that change the power of the papacy?
When does one come out of the closet? When it's no longer necessary to stay in the closet, isn't that correct?
That's right.
Yes. Now, if you take the power structures, if you look at political systems, they say that behind every successful leader there stands a Jesuit. It has always been like that in the past. Many of the associates that deal with the modern presidents are Jesuits or Jesuit trained, and they have always been advisors in political and financial systems. They control many corporations and financial institutions behind the scenes using one front organization or the other. They say that the CIA director is Jesuit trained, that many of the European leaders are Jesuit trained. Many of the presidents of the United States were students of Jesuit institutions. Georgetown University, for example, the very famous Jesuit institution where some of the presidents had been trained. The Jesuits behind the scenes are controlling not only aspects of the economy, but also the political scene, the media scene. Many of the main media moguls are Jesuit trained. And of course, the religious scene, spiritual formation, is a Jesuit speciality. And it has creeped into every form of Christianity. So behind the scenes, they are very active. But none of these systems actually are biblical.
Yeah, it's very interesting that so many of them are now coming out of the closet, so to speak, and letting it be known that they're Jesuits or Jesuit trained, even though they're in higher levels of government.
That's correct. Much of the history of the world has been rewritten. We know that curricula have changed and that many historic events are portrayed totally different in modern media or modern encyclopedias than they were in the past. It's an interesting fact that history today is no longer the same as history a few years ago. It is well known that much of the history has been written, and it is almost public knowledge that the Jesuits were behind the rewriting of history, getting rid of some of the negative terminology regarding themselves. I mean, even a few years ago, the name Jesuit would raise not only an eyebrow, but raise the hairs on the back of the necks of many people. And some of the statements that presidents have made regarding the Jesuit, or countries, there's not a country in the world, basically, that has not at some point or other banned the Jesuit order for its subversive activities. And it seems as if that image has totally disappeared. And that's very interesting.
They've written themselves out of history and of many significant events, such as the gunpowder plot and many others.
Yes, they've given themselves a good image of those people who work for the poor and social justice and all of these things. Now, the very word social justice was coined by a Jesuit, Topanelli, in 1840. And to think that just a few years later, Marx wrote his Communist Manifesto. You see, the Jesuits are masters at playing two sides of the same coin at the same time. And to put these double identity ideas into the world is their speciality. A prime example would be futurism and preterism. Both Jesuit ideologies, both diametrically opposed to each other, and yet between the two of them you can attain a synthesis. Preterism says that the Antichrist came in the past. Futurism says the Antichrist will come in the future. Both of them Jesuit doctrines. Social justice. Well, it's interesting that this very Pope, the modern Pope, politically speaking, was not averse to the idea of gay rights, particularly in the political sphere and the ramifications of financial implications to gay partnerships, etc. But as a conservative Catholic, of course, he has to oppose it. So he's playing both sides of the same coin, this very one that he is ruling now. Social justice, I mean, that's a fascinating phrase. Basically, what you can say then is that social justice must somehow be aligned to redistribution of wealth. And if we look at what's happening in the world, I mean, redistribution of wealth seems to be a very common catchphrase. And if you're looking at Cyprus at the moment, now I'm not saying that this is all directly involved, but indirectly it's very interesting that what they call redistribution there, some people would like to call theft. And fascinating things that are happening there. You know, what does it mean to have social justice and to be so involved with the poor from a biblical perspective? The Bible says the love of money is the root of all evil. It's not money that's the root of all evil. It's the love of money. And yes, we must be compassionate, and yes, we must have empathy for the poor, because many are dumped into positions not of their own doing. But what we need to do is to uplift people. We need to uplift people so that people can stand on their own legs and be proud human beings, to hand out financial aid without upliftment is totally counterproductive. And I think that's where the world is heading. Now, when the Bible says the love of money is the root of all evil, that doesn't mean that you have to get rid of all the money, but you must have an open spirit. For example, if you take the biblical examples, there were many people who from their wealth supported Christianity, and the Bible records them. Joseph. Nicodemus was a rich man who supported the early church financially. There's nothing wrong with that. It's only wrong if you have a love for money and a covetous spirit. So this is a gimmick. This is a gimmick to draw people to this poverty structure, which the Roman Catholic Church has always underscored. And if it could take us back to the Middle Ages, where everybody is a serf and only the top structure has any power or say and financial backing, then it certainly would, because that's the best way to control people. Social justice is more of a Marxist idea of well, let's say handing out to the poor so that they can be maintained, but it's not necessarily uplifting them. It's taking control. So the control structure stays within the power elite, but the money and the wealth is redistributed so that everybody basically comes down to the same level. So if you let's say equalize the financial base, if you take from the rich and you give to the poor, then everybody reaches the same level, and then there is a form of social justice. But is it a workable justice, or is everybody then a dependent upon the state? And a dependent can be manipulated, a dependent can be controlled, a dependent can be, kept exactly where the power elites want them to be, whereas an independent is a problem. So social justice seems to me a way of controlling the masses.
Mm-hmm. Isn't it true that countries that have been predominantly Catholic have also been predominantly poor in times past?
Yes. The Protestant nations were the prosperous nations. Now, I'm not favoring one political system over another at all. If I had to say what political system I favor, it's one that's not available on this planet. It's called a theocracy. God rules, God is in control. But God doesn't take away your freedom of choice, and God doesn't make you a serf. But people wanted a king, and ever since they had a king, they have to render unto Caesar what is due unto Caesar, but unto God what is due unto God.
I think it's ironic that countries that have been predominantly Catholic and have kept the people in poverty, and yet here now we have a pope who claims to have such a burden for the poor, when in reality the system that he leads has been instrumental in keeping the people in that poverty.
While they themselves live in pomp and glory.
Yes, well, this one seems to not, apparently. He's chosen even a silver ring over a gold ring.
Those are symbolic gestures, and I knowing the Jesuit order and having studied the Jesuit order, I can but smile at these things. Because if you go into the history of the Jesuit order, and even go to South America, where you had the reductions, where they used the populace to mine the gold and to further the ends and to send the Spanish galleys over the sea laden with gold, and the great conflicts that were financed with that in Europe to suppress the Reformation, or the fascinating history of the Dutch West India Company, which was raised up almost as a pirate organization to get hold of this gold and to grab these ships and to bring it to the Protestant side. It's an amazing history, and how the finances of the world were manipulated by the Jesuit order. I mean, these are all fascinating. Money, money, money. That was the mainstay of the Jesuit order.
Yes, well, we also know from history about the Vatican involved in the billions taken from World War II, and we don't know where it is, but
all the money laundering and the interesting Vatican banker scandals that we've had with the almost for sure execution style Masonic rituals that were associated with that sort of history. I mean, money is the big game. So to me personally, this financial humility is a great front for outside consumption. You know that even the Millennium End Goals of the United Nations intend to have this eradication of the poor, in other words, social justice implanted by the year 2015. That's not very far away. I mean, if that is the time frame, you need the people and the men who can run this structure in place for such an event. So I am personally expecting many, many interesting changes to take place. And those changes will disempower individuals. Our monies will not be secure. Our pension funds will be controlled. Everybody will be under the control system. That's why I'm finding the Cyprus issue fascinating. Firstly, are we going to take the money directly out of their bank accounts? No, that's giving too much resistance. Let's try something else. Let's see. Let's control and nationalize the pension systems, or whether they be straight pension funds, whether they be provident funds. We'll nationalize them all and put them on an equal footing. Do you know that that's exactly the same thing, just in another form? So the individual capacity to control your life according to the dictates of your conscience will soon, I believe, be a thing of the past. And if I know what the Bible is saying, and if I know how the Bible treats the papacy and the man of sin and what Protestantism has preached on these issues in the past, well, then I should not be surprised if history is showing me that these things are coming to fruition. My personal opinion is to preach the gospel of Christ, to preach it in the context of the three angels' messages, is something which has to be done now, because the power structures will soon make it impossible to do it.
I'm reading in the Star News that they say that the Society of Jesus, also known as the Jesuits, are regarded by Catholics as the pinnacle of smart priestliness, that they are respected within the church for their intellectual vigor, and that they have a reputation as a voice of conscience. The fact that we have a Jesuit Pope is significant because it just shows how successful the Jesuits have been in transforming their image. After all, weren't they responsible for the Inquisition, for the slaughter of Christians for centuries? And yet now they're regarded as something hip and modern?
Absolutely. So they have done a great job in furthering their image. And if you take the Jesuits, they say that the number of Jesuits is not that high in all the world. But there are so many front organizations and front organizations to those front organizations which are all Jesuit controlled, and Protestant institutions that have been infiltrated by Jesuits. They control education, but their spirituality is not a biblical spirituality. Their spirituality is an experiential religion and not a faith-bound religion. A faith-bound religion doesn't base its faith upon experience. I mean, experiencing certain states of mind and experiencing visualizations and encounter theologies and enrichment theologies. True religion is word-based. That is what Protestantism is all about. So what the Jesuits have succeeded in dramatically is a total change in spiritual direction, from one that is absolutely word-based to one that is totally experiential. And that, to me, is the most dangerous success that they have obtained.
And most people are being seduced by all these theologies that they've started, by their image. Most people are falling for it.
Even the elect are being deceived. Even the elect. To imagine that even some of the elect people that should know the Word of God are talking about the Holy Spirit's involvement in choosing the papacy. I mean, that's in line with what Rick Warren is saying, who's also asked the exact same thing, that people should fast and pray, that the papacy, which would be elected under the guidance of the Holy Spirit. Now, if we know what the Bible teaches in regard to this structure and how it has set itself up to take the place of God, then we are on very dangerous ground. In other words, they've sold their image so well that even those who should know better are running with the stream.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And many heads of state are paying respects to the new pope, and even dressed in the typical black, the black of mourning.
Let me say that the black has nothing to do with mourning. It is something that has been worn by heads of states even outside of any issues of mourning. The Queen of England, when she goes and visits the Pope, is dressed in black. So this is a sign of submission to that authority. The papacy has ruled over the hierarchies of the world throughout all the ages. In the past, it has done so openly, and now it has just succeeded in doing it clandestinely.
Why do you think all these heads of state come dressed in black? Do you think they know what it means, or are they just told this is protocol?
I think most of them know what it means, and some of them believe it is just protocol. I mean, even the pariahs of the world, like Robert Mugabe, was there. And even though he has a worldwide, a European ban on travel, this was an exception. And everybody knows that Mugabe was Jesuit trained. I mean, they even said so on CNN. I was quite surprised that they should mention that he was Jesuit trained. And there he was. You see, you can mention these people one after the other. The late Chavez of Venezuela, he was a great papal admirer. There are many documentations of him being subservient to the papacy, kissing the ring. And whether you are from the left or whether you are from the right makes no difference, because this is just a game. Whether you stand for right politics, whether you stand for left politics. I mean, just look at Obama and Netanyahu at the moment. The one stands for left politics, the one stands for right politics, but they're making a great effort to show that they embrace each other. So we have the Jesuit dialectic, the Hegelian system. You send the twins into the world, and then out of the two opposites, you create a synthesis. And we're at the point of synthesis. The world is heading towards synthesis, a new world order based on social justice, where everyone is equal. And if you dare pop your head above the horizon, it must be lopped off.
It's definitely time to work earnestly to spread the gospel and warn people of the man of sin, which is what we're instructed to do.
Absolutely. And if we don't do it now, our opportunities will be wasted.
I agree. Well, thank you so much, Walter, for talking with us, and God bless you in what you're doing now, and let us continue to work together to spread the gospel and the message.
We have to preach the righteousness of Christ and the sufficiency of Christ and the gospel of salvation as it is in the Bible. Our time will be cut short very soon.
Yes. Thank you, Walter.
Thank you.
bit of good news. On September 24th, His Holiness Pope Francis will visit us here at the United States Capitol. That day, His Holiness will be the first Pope in our history to address a joint session of Congress. We're humbled that the Holy Father has accepted our invitation and certainly look forward to receiving his message on behalf of the American people.
Mr. President, final question.
Yes, sir.
You said famously, when you looked into Vladimir Putin's eyes, you saw his soul.
Yeah.
When you look into Benedict XVI's eyes, what do you see?
God.
Good way to end the interview.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. My pleasure. Thank you. When you look into Benedict XVI's eyes, what do you see?
God.
On a happier note, a bit of good news. On September 24th, His Holiness Pope Francis will visit us here at the United States Capitol. That day, His Holiness will be the first Pope in our history to address a joint session of Congress. We're humbled that the Holy Father has accepted our invitation and certainly look forward to receiving his message on behalf of the American people.
We meet here at a moment of testing for Europe and the United States, and for the international order that we have worked for generations to build.
The end of these two wars affords us an opportunity. It allows us to refocus our intelligence and military assets and resources to other parts of the world where they are needed, where we face new challenges. This is the world you are graduating into. This is what I want to talk about today with you for a few minutes. I believe we, and particularly you, your class, has an incredible window of opportunity to lead in shaping a new world order for the 21st century in a way consistent with American interest and the common interest. Think of the possibilities. For the first time in history, the Western Hemisphere is in a position where it has the possibility of being middle class, democratic and secure from Canada to Chile. The Pacific Basin, peaceful and prosperous. A new relationship with China where we cooperate and compete, but where conflict is not inevitable. A revitalized global trading order defined by greater integration and economic growth, where barriers are lowered at the borders and behind our borders, generating millions of American jobs, where intellectual property is protected and the playing field is level, and where major powers come together to deal with the challenges of our time that require us all to act in concert. There are many challenges, including violent extremism is becoming more diffuse, countries emerging from chaos in the midst of war, challenges with the international order on the high seas and in the skies, emerging threats in cyberspace. For the first time in world history, the use of corruption and oligarchs as a sinister tool in the conduct of foreign policy.
That day, His Holiness will be the first Pope in our history to address a joint session of Congress.
For the first time in world history, the use of corruption and oligarchs as a sinister tool in the conduct of foreign policy.
We're humbled that the Holy Father has accepted our invitation and certainly look forward to receiving his message on behalf of the American people.
Countries emerging from chaos in the midst of war, challenges in the international order on the high seas and in the skies.
The fall of Ramadi has galvanized the Iraqi government. So with the additional steps I ordered last month, we're speeding up training of ISIL forces, including volunteers from Sunni tribes in Anbar province.
There were major powers who come together to deal with the challenges of our time that require us all to act in concert. And there are many challenges, including violent extremism,
We did not claim or annex Iraq's territory. We did not grab its resources for our own gain. Instead, we ended our war and left Iraq to its people in a fully sovereign Iraqi state that can make decisions about its own future.
For the first time in world history, the use of corruption and oligarchs as a sinister tool in the conduct of foreign policy.
But order and progress can only come when individuals surrender their rights to an all-powerful sovereign.
A lot of our history comes from Rome. We have to recognize that. It was old Gibbon who said that when the wars are fought, the victors tell the story. I'm not giving his words exactly, but that's the gist of what he says. He says, in other words, it is the victors who tell the story. So if you're a defeated Christian small group, then your story is told from the standpoint of those who conquered you. And Pelikan, the modern American scholar, says, and there is no other way, many times, to tell the story.
In the book of Revelation, they saw the picture of Rome's apostasy, presented as an unfaithful woman, sitting atop a seven-headed beast. And upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery, Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. And I saw the woman drunken with the blood of the saints and with the blood of the martyrs of Jesus.
The keys to theosophy. She lists three main goals of theosophy. Firstly, the universal brotherhood of humanity without distinction of race, color, or creed. Secondly, to promote the study of the world's religions. And thirdly, to investigate the hidden mysteries of nature. Theosophy is the first major New Age group, and they are largely responsible for many of the New Age beliefs, including the belief that Jesus represented the sun god. The global elite are New Age occultists who adhere to New Age dogma and are responsible for this trend of discrediting Christianity, Jesus Christ, and Christian New World Order researchers. This trend is a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that is coming into fruition at the end of this age. The occult community is full of secret societies that practice secret oaths, secret meetings, and secret occult practices. This implies that they have something to hide. The Bible says that what is done in secret will be brought into the light. God does not keep secrets, but has revealed truth to us in the Bible. At the heart of all occult teachings is pride, that their secrets are only for the select few. It caters for an elitist mindset. At the heart of all they teach and do is the attempt to discredit the true God, the deity of Jesus Christ, the Bible, and Christians in general. Now in Ephesians 6 verse 12, the Bible reveals that we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. So we can see that this is part of a spiritual battle. It's not people that we're fighting against. These ideas and ideologies and so-called spiritual principles come out of the demonic realm. These are spirit beings that are peering to these occultists and seeding their lies into their writings, into their minds, into their spirits. And of course, these doctrines of demons are then taught as so-called truths or spiritual revelation. Quote, "It will be fought largely with mental weapons and in the world of thought. It will involve also the emotional realm from the standpoint of idealistic fanaticism. This inherent fanaticism will fight against the appearance of the coming world religion and the spread of esotericism. It must not be forgotten that only those souls who are on the probationary path or the path of discipleship will form the nucleus of the coming world religion. There is no question, therefore, that the work to be done in familiarizing the general public with the nature of the mysteries is of paramount importance at this time. When the Great One comes with his disciples and initiates, we shall have the restoration of the mysteries and their exoteric presentation as a consequence of the first initiation." Now from these doctrines we can see that the stated objective of these occultists is to indoctrinate the public with their esoteric religious ideas and to externalize their occult teachings in humanity with the ultimate realization of a new world order that is devoid of what they call the negative influences of traditional Christianity. By this, they mean that Christians who claim that salvation can be found through Jesus Christ alone and only through Christianity, and that the Bible is the source of absolute truth, these people, they say, are divisive, narrow-minded, bigoted, fundamentalist, idealistic fanatics who are hindering the spiritual evolution of humanity. In other words, Christians are holding back the planet and retarding human progress on the planet. Here is a quote by Zygmunt Brzezinski. He says, "The tectonic era involves the gradual appearance of a more controlled society. Such a society would be dominated by an elite unrestrained by traditional values. Soon it will be almost continuous surveillance over every citizen and maintain up-to-date complete files containing even the most personal information about the citizen. Horus is one of the oldest and most significant deities in ancient Egyptian religion. Horus served many functions in the Egyptian pantheon, most notably being the god of the sun, war and protection. He's known as the god of vengeance, the god of the sky, protection and war. Now what many people don't realize is that America was founded by the Freemasons of Europe as a Masonic experiment. That's why, for example, New York is named after the York Rites of Freemasonry in England, New York. And the Statue of Liberty, which was donated by the Freemasons of France to America, is in fact a statue that signifies a spiritual evolution where man becomes God through spiritual enlightenment. This is why you have like these rays of the sun around the head of this goddess Columbia, which is standing with this flame or the light. This all signifies that Lucifer, the light bearer, brings enlightenment to humanity.
The advance of industry and technology outpace our ability to resolve our differences peacefully. Some are inherently superior to others, and we face difficult decisions about how to exercise our power. And in a world of challenges that are increasingly global, all of us have an interest in nations stepping forward to play their part. No amount of propaganda can make right something that the world knows is wrong. Leaders and dignitaries of the European Union, representatives of our NATO alliance, distinguished guests. We meet here at a moment of testing for Europe and the United States as an example of Western hypocrisy, and for the international order that we have worked for generations to build. We meet in the hub of a union that brings together age-old adversaries in peace and cooperation. Understand as well, this is not another Cold War that we're entering into. That's why throughout this crisis, we will combine our substantial pressure on Russia with an open door for diplomacy. Moreover, Russia has pointed to America's decision to go into Iraq as an example of Western hypocrisy. We did not claim or annex Iraq's territory. We did not grab its resources for our own gain. Instead, we ended our war and left Iraq to its people in a fully sovereign Iraqi state that can make decisions about its own future. And we face difficult decisions about how to exercise our power. No amount of propaganda can make right something that the world knows is wrong.
In a letter dated 22 January 1870, Mazzini wrote to Pike. Now, Albert Pike is this high mason who wrote the manual, if you like, of Scottish Freemasonry. He said the following: "We must allow all of the federations to continue just as they are. It must appear as things are as they were in the beginning, with their systems, their central authorities, and diverse modes of correspondence between high grades of the same right, organized as they are at present, but we must create a super right, which will remain unknown, to which we will call those Masons of high degree, whom we shall select. With regard to our brothers in Masonry, these men must be pledged to the strictest secrecy. Through this supreme right, we will govern all Freemasonry, which will become the one international center, the more powerful because its direction will be unknown." Now, Albert Pike wrote a letter to Mazzini, and that was dated August 15, 1871, in which he propagated that there should be a world order, a one order where all nations are under the control of one central organization. And in order to achieve this, they planned, and there are numerous quotes for this, so I've put a number on the screen because some will say, I don't trust this, I don't trust that, I don't trust the other. Here are references down there, there are references up there, there will be references in other slides, so it comes from different sources. He said, and this was, by the way, on display in the British Museum and could be seen there until it was taken away. The First World War, to overthrow the power of the Tsars in Russia, protector of orthodoxy, and bring about an atheistic communistic state. Did that happen? Yes. Now that was written long before this event. Long before this event. This was written in 1871. This war broke out in 1914. The Second World War. That's also written long before the event. To originate between Great Britain and Germany, to strengthen communism as antithesis to the Judeo-Christian culture, and bring about a Zionist state in Israel. Did it achieve this objective? Yes. In fact, after this war, Israel, in its present form, was reinstated under the protection of Britain. And then, interestingly enough, a Third World War, a Middle Eastern war involving Judaism and Islam and spreading internationally. That's fascinating. Is that on the cards, or what do you think? Certainly sounds like we are on track. Well, here's another quote, just in case people don't like that quote. Mazzini with Pike developed a plan for 3 world wars so that eventually every nation would be willing to surrender its national sovereignty to a world government. The first war was to end the Tsarist regime in Russia, the second to allow the Soviet Union to control Europe, the Third World War was to be in the Middle East between Muslim and Jews and would result in Armageddon. Interesting. Now, how were they going to do it? Let's read what Albert Pike wrote about these wars and how they were going to be unleashed. He wrote, quote, "We shall unleash the nihilist and the atheist," so the destroyer and the atheist, "and we will provoke a formidable social cataclysm which in its horror will show clearly to the nations the effect of absolute atheism. Origin of savagery and the most bloody turmoil. Then everywhere the citizens obliged to defend themselves against the minority of revolutionaries will exterminate these destroyers of civilization, and the multitude, disillusioned with Christianity, will receive the pure light through the universal manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer. The destruction of Christianity and atheism, both conquered and exterminated at the same time." Wow, what a clever plan. So you rub the two systems which you create up against the other. You create atheism, as an antithesis to the Judeo-Christian culture. You have these two clash until they rub each other up, and then out of that you will get a new world order where you have a new religion which is far more esoteric and actually honors Satan. Isn't that a rather clever plan? Well, it's very successful. That is why Ordo ab Cao is the verse, if you like, that Freemasonry uses. This is one of their documents, remember, that I photographed in a Masonic lodge.
True church. It doesn't exist anywhere today except in small pockets of individuals who meet with each other in Christ's name. All of these organized religions have bastardized the teachings of Christ, have corrupted the teachings of Jesus, and most of them are helping to lead you into slavery in the New World Order. In those days, great signs and wonders were performed as God confirmed His word with signs following. True Christianity, ladies and gentlemen, anointed by the Holy Spirit, swept the world like a prairie fire. Nothing could stop it. No matter how many Christians the emperor crucified, no matter how many Christians were thrown to the animals in the Roman circus, 100-fold sprang up to take their place. This movement encircled the mountains and crossed the oceans. It made kings tremble and tyrants fearful. And it was said of those early Christians that they had turned the world literally upside down, so powerful was their message and spirit. Now, I am talking about the true Christian teachings of Jesus Christ and the way that it was followed in the early days of Christ's church. Not Rome's church, not Baptist church, not Lutheran's church, not Orthodox church, but Christ's church. Before too many years had passed, men began to set themselves up as lords over God's people in places of the Holy Spirit, instead of conquering by spiritual means and by truth. By truth, not too many people in the world understand what truth even means today. As in the early days, men began to substitute their ideas and their methods in place of the teachings that Christ gave us. The Inquisition came from these people, not from Jesus Christ. The Crusades came from these people, not from Jesus Christ. Attempts to merge paganism into Christianity were being made even in the days when our New Testament was being written, folks, for Paul mentioned that the mystery of iniquity was already at work. Already at work. And he warned that there would come a falling away, and some would depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils, the counterfeit doctrines of the pagans. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verses 3 to 7. 1 Timothy chapter 4, verse 2. And by the time that Jude wrote the book that bears his name, it was necessary for him to exhort the people to earnestly contend for the faith that was once delivered unto the saints. For certain men had crept in who were attempting to substitute things that were no part of the original faith. Check Jude chapter 1, verses 3 and 4. Christianity, folks, came face to face with the Babylonian paganism in its various forms that had been established in the Roman Empire. The early Christians refused to have anything to do with its customs and beliefs. And we all know what happened. Much persecution resulted. Many Christians were falsely accused, thrown to the lions, burned at the stake, and in other ways tortured and martyred. And for their own safety, they went underground in the catacombs and in the caves, and they formed their own secret society, which was known then as the Friendly Open Secret Society, and their symbol to mark their way was a fish. Then, great changes began to be made. The Emperor of Rome professed conversion to Christianity. He had to. For Rome would have fallen just as sure as a tree in the forest falls to the axe, if he had not made that move. In those early days of the real church, Christ's church, who practiced exactly what he taught them, great changes began to take place that have affected us right up to this very day. What a shock it must have been when Constantine professed a conversion to Christianity after stating that he had seen the vision of a cross in the sky. And some accounts say that he didn't see it in the sky during daylight, that he saw it in a dream. And ladies and gentlemen, because he never accepted Christ during his entire life, and in fact was a pagan sun worshiper, I question whether he ever saw a cross at all. You see, because history says and records very clearly that Constantine never accepted Christ as his Savior. He never really followed the teachings of Christ. He was, in fact, a sun worshiper. He practiced the mystery religion of Babylon. But he was, in fact, the Emperor of Rome. Rome very quickly became, ladies and gentlemen, the Catholic Church, and the Roman Emperor became the Pope. He had to do this to save the empire. The symbol of the Roman Empire and the Emperor was the double-headed eagle. It signified that he ruled over both the East and the West, that the sun did not set on the Roman Empire. This symbol still is displayed upon the walls of the Vatican. And just recently, Russia adopted this symbol as its national symbol. It is the symbol of the 33rd degree of Freemasonry. And I could go on and on and on and on and on and on and on. But hopefully, you get the point. Imperial orders, ladies and gentlemen, went forth throughout the Roman Empire that persecutions should cease. Simply and quickly cease. Bishops were created and given high honors. The church began to receive worldly recognition and power. But for all of this, a great price had to be paid. Many compromises were made, ladies and gentlemen, with paganism. Instead of the church being separate from the world, it became a part of this world system. The emperor, showing favor, demanded a place of leadership in the church. For in paganism, emperors were believed to be gods. So from here on, wholesale mixtures of paganism into Christianity were made, especially at Rome. We believe the information that you're going to receive and have received, in fact, over this broadcast, will convince you that what is known today as the Roman Catholic Church is nothing less than the old Roman Empire transformed, and the old Roman pantheon of gods became the pantheon of saints. When Jesus spoke to a crowd and someone walked away from the crowd, he did not chase them down the road and try to stuff his teachings down their throat. Ladies and gentlemen, he did not do that. Neither did he build great, wealthy cathedrals built of shining glass with great pageants on the holidays and big-name stars to come and sing and perform in these pageants, where a homeless person or a poor, unemployed man with dirty clothes would be turned away from the door. Jesus Christ would have been the first one who welcomed that person into the church. And if you will look at the people that he habitually associated with, whose homes he slept in, who became his disciples, you will understand that those today who call themselves Christians do not even know the meaning of the word.
I am on a mission, and that mission is to slap people upside the head and wake them up and even make them hate me, if that's what it takes to get them to go examine what I'm telling them.
You and I have very little in common, but we have one thing. We have some Jesuit training in our background.
Oh, I didn't know. But I would say that the Jesuit training, I believe, gives you a sort of clarity of mind, a reasoning power, which you don't realize it while you're being taught as a young boy, but that's what they're doing to you.
In 1973, Jesuit tactics were used in a film that was nothing more than the promotion of the Jesuit order, the Exorcist. The most feared deity of ancient Babylon, Pazuzu, was a demon that was possessing this young girl in this film. Based upon the true account of a Jesuit priest, the film makes God look weak and powerless, but the Catholic Church strong and majestic. Where an actual Jesuit priest, William O'Malley, stars in the film. The writer and producer of The Exorcist, William Peter Blatty, was educated by the Jesuits in Georgetown. Modern cinema is modelled upon Alfred Hitchcock, but its style can be traced back to the magic lantern of the 1400s, where a 17th century German Jesuit priest, Athanasius Kircher, revolutionized its invention to an occultic art form to lure people away from the Bible back into the fear of Jesuitized Catholicism. He is also the father of broadcasting with his megaphone. So why do few people know about the Jesuits and what impact do they have on the world today? Jesuitism is an impenetrable mystery to 99 out of 100 of the Jesuits themselves. Russian mystic Madame Blavatsky had access to their own writings and quotes from them. The order has secret signs and passwords according to the degrees to which the members belong, and as they wear no particular dress, it is very difficult to recognize them unless they reveal themselves as members of the order. There is also a secret class known only to the general and a few faithful Jesuits which perhaps more than any other contributed to the dreaded and mysterious power of the order, says Niccolini. The Jesuits operate in a world that few people can see, and that is why they are so successful at what they do. In 1773, when the Jesuits were abolished under its head Lorenzo Ricci, Adam Weishaupt, a Jesuit professor of canon law, continued something that the Jesuits had achieved for almost 2 centuries: infiltration. On this Catholic church in East London, you can see a pentagram. But in Freemasons' Hall in Covent Garden in London, the headquarters of the United Grand Lodge of Masons in England, you can also find the pentagram. Freemasonry is seen as the most secret of the secret societies. But what is Catholic Jesuitized symbols such as the IHS doing in Masonic lodges? Jesuits you can see in this picture with the skull and bones. Later, Freemasons also have the skull and bones. The double-headed eagle of the Holy Roman Empire can also be seen among the higher degrees of Freemasonry. And the famous evil eye of ancient Babylon and Egypt can also be found on the apron of Masons. In a book approved by the Jesuits, it says, in 1902, the Masonic historian J.G. Findle wrote that the Jesuits had succeeded in all parts of the globe in creating strife and confusion among Freemasons by tampering with the rituals and by the introduction of higher degrees. When European scientists attempted to recreate the so-called Big Bang Theory in 2008, it was highlighted in the film Angels and Demons. But what is generally overlooked is, who actually created the Big Bang Theory? The Big Bang Theory was first described but not so much named by the French Jesuit Georges Lemaitre in the late 1920s. His picture of the universe expanding from a single point was certainly controversial, but has now become scientific orthodoxy. The scientific community that actually praises itself on its secularization believes in the Big Bang Theory, scientific speculation that has still never been proven. which shows that Jesuit scientific philosophy dominates the direction of modern science, where the top Jesuit science astronomers are Darwinists, who try to merge the secular and the sacred, which is called theistic evolution, for Jesuitism is founded not on the Bible, but upon the teachings of Aristotle, where the Jesuits' ratio studiorum still impacts secular education today. It should not be overlooked that the advantages as well as the disadvantages of our humanist classical education are for the most part attributable to that pedagogic activity which at one time was spread by the Society of Jesus all over the world. The Jesuit president of Boston College, William LaHaye, caused controversy when he welcomed warmonger Condoleezza Rice to Boston College, but this is not the first. The Dutch Protestant prince, William the Silent, was killed by the Jesuit assassin Balthazar Gerard. The French Catholic monarch Henry III, as well as his cousin and successor, Protestant King Henry IV, were both killed by Jesuit assassins, as well as Italian economist Pellegrino Rossi. Why this fascination with murder? Blavatsky tells us why. The Jesuits reckon it among the greatest achievements of the order that Loyola supported by a special memorial to the Pope a petition for the reorganization of the abominable and abhorrent instrument of wholesale butchery, the infamous tribunal of the Inquisition. The Jesuits took over the Inquisition from the Dominicans, and while many people think it is long gone, the London Guardian of 2006 tells us that the Inquisition formally ended only 40 years ago. In that same year, a Dominican, Joseph Augustin de Noye, said that the Inquisition was justified. That it means all these horrific instruments that bring the most excruciating pain, as well as torture, secret courts, military tribunals, and no trial by jury, are just. When Benedict XVI visited Brazil, he praised the history of Catholicism, but he was blasted by the late Venezuelan president Hugo Chavez for the horrors of the Latin American Holocaust that was imposed upon them. But the Catholic Church, to justify its horrors, made the film Apocalypto, which shows the natives of Latin America as complete savages who were saved by the Catholic Church. But there is one country, despite its own colonial horrors, that has put up the strongest resistance to the Papal Inquisition, and the British Supreme Court has a monument of King John and the Magna Carta as a memorial to this. What is the Magna Carta? The best authority on this is the Protestant historian J.A. Wiley. The great principle conceded so early as the days of King John in Magna Carta, after it's confirmed in the reign of Charles II in the famous Act of Habeas Corpus, and held by all statesmen who have flourished since to be one of the main foundations of British liberty, namely the inviolability of the subject saved by the authority of law. There are other monuments in places like Runnymede in the south of England near the River Thames, where the Magna Carta was actually signed as a memorial to this resistance. There are also memorials in places like Bury St. Edmunds in the east of Anglia that records the famous Magna Carta and the hundreds of knights and the 25 names of the barons that stood up to the Pope and pressured England's king to sign this charter. King John did not want to give in to the authority of the Pope, but when Innocent III, the godfather of the Inquisition, who eventually condemned the Magna Carta, threatened him, he gave in and handed his crown to the Pope's ambassador to England. But the English were not having it, and on the 12th of June 1215, he signed the Magna Carta, which English jurist Edward Cooke adopted into English common law. The Puritans and Founding Fathers in the colonies of the United States also adopted it into their constitution, which is now coming under question. Section 39 of the Magna Carta reads, "No free man shall be seized or imprisoned or stripped of his rights or possessions or outlawed or exiled or deprived of his standing in any other way, nor will we proceed with force against him or send others to do so except by the lawful judgment of his equals or by the law of the land." But we're now seeing that secular politicians and judges on the back of the war on terror are trying to stealthily incorporate the principles of the Inquisition in the British system. Even EU laws are undermining the authority of the Magna Carta, aligning itself with the threats of Pope Innocent III by sounding almost identical to Roman Catholic canon law. A person accused in a penal case can, even though absent, be brought to trial before the tribunal of the place in which the offence was committed. Accusing a person of a crime before it is committed is also from the Inquisition, which is displayed in the trailer of this post 9/11 film, Minority Report.
Positive for Howard Marks. Mr. Marks, by mandate of the District of Columbia Pre-Crime Division, I'm placing you under arrest for the future murder of Sarah Marks and Donald Dubin to take place today, April 22nd, at 0800 hours.
Where does the torture method of waterboarding actually come from to extract information from a suspect? It is from the Papal Inquisition, as well as methods like spying on your neighbors in the United States Patriot Act, which the last United States President George Bush Jr. incorporated into US law. He also incorporated secret prisons and told the spying agency, the NSA, to spy on phone conversations of United States citizens. That was acted out in a film that did the exact same thing in 2008, The Dark Knight. With constant terror laws being passed threatening freedoms, President Obama continues the Inquisition with glorifying the use of torture in Catherine Bigelow's film Zero Dark 30. While many may laugh and mock and think that the Jesuit agenda is outdated, the last Superior General of the Jesuit, Peter Hans Kolbenbach, in 2003 tells us their objective. The efforts of the Jesuits to bring Britain back to the Catholic faith have been praised by the leader of the order. But is not Britain a Protestant nation with a secular culture? What exactly do they mean by that? The Battle of Hastings, Henry VIII, Elizabeth I, and the Magna Carta are among studies that will no longer be compulsory in a revised curriculum to be sent to schools. They could learn how Henry VIII was dressed, but nothing about the Reformation. Oxford Don John Wycliffe started the European Reformation in the 14th century to restore a superstitious age back to the true knowledge of God. In the Battle of Hastings in 1066, William conquered Britain for Rome. But during the Reformation, Henry VIII separated Britain from Rome. Britain's unsung hero, William Tyndale, continued from Wycliffe in the 16th century the translation of the Bible, which was completed in the 1611 King James Version, which even English Catholics have benefited from. The Reformation gave us true science, divine philosophy, the media, freedom of the press, freedom of speech, the right of society to govern itself according to justice and equity, educating the masses, public libraries, religious and civil liberty to protect us from ecclesiastical tyranny. But all these freedoms are slowly being eroded and undermined. In the 13th century, Catholic German Bishop Eberhard II called the Pope the Antichrist and Babylon. 3 centuries later, Martin Luther did the same thing. Why do they call the Pope the Antichrist? In the Pope's own words, in the book Crossing the Threshold of Hope, it says, the leader of the Catholic Church is defined by faith as a figure of Jesus Christ and is accepted as such by believers. The Pope is considered the man on earth who represents the Son of God, who takes the place of the second person of the omnipotent God of the Trinity. Have no fear, he says, when people call me the Vicar of Christ, when they say to me, Holy Father, or Your Holiness, or use titles similar to these which seem even inimical or in conflict to the gospel. This has not stopped Protestants like Billy Graham and one of the former heads of the Church of England, Lord Carey, to accept papal supremacy. And bishops like T.D. Jakes who are now dressing like Roman Catholic cardinals and are now part of the movement to merge all the Protestant churches with Rome. Why is this? The late Avram Manhattan tells us why. Ecumenism, which from its very beginning, coupled with Protestantism leftist political bent, resulted in the enfeeblement of the major Protestant bodies. So we see that the Jesuits are working with the Protestants to weaken the Protestant churches, and this was done through the power very recently confirmed by a Jesuit in Vatican II. Vatican II was opened by Pope John the 23rd, and he gave it the instructions to Jesuit Cardinal Augustin Bia. And we're seeing in Vatican II the attire of the bishops is in this papal mitre from ancient Babylon. But what we are now seeing, that Protestant churches are now adopting the attire of the papacy, which shows that the Jesuits' work and agenda of infiltration and conquering Protestant churches has almost come to completion.
Hi there, my name is Alan Lamont. This video is an explanation of why I do believe that Pope Francis is the Black Pope, the superior Jesuit general, called by Jesuits the Father General. The general of the Jesuits is elected for life, but over the last few decades we've saw two generals resign. We have Pedro Rope resigned before Hans Kolvenbach was positioned as the Black Pope. Then he resigned in 2008 for Father Adolfo Nicolas from Spain to be elected as the Superior General of the Society of Jesus by the 35th Congregation of the Jesuit Curie in Rome. Now if you go on the Jesuit website called the Jesuit Curie in Rome, I'll put this page on so you can see it now. It's called the House of the Superior General. And on the left there at the bottom you will see an article for Pope Francis. On the 31st of July 2013, quote, "It was a historical moment for all Jesuits in Italy and around the world." Now why was it historic? I'll explain that, but let me continue this quotation. It was a historical moment for all Jesuits in Italy and around the world to have Pope Francis presiding over the feast day Mass of St. Ignatius of Loyola. The spectacular view of more than 200 Jesuits from Italy, along with Father General and his council members, concelebrating with the Pope, and over 600 religious and lay collaborators participating in this event. Now, we have today a very unusual situation. We've entered a time that we've never entered before in regard to the Jesuit order. Now, going back to 2008, Peter Hans Kolvenbach was the Jesuit general of the Jesuit order. He was the superior general of the Society of Jesus. He resigned, supposedly, according to reasons of ill health. And then Father Adolfo Nicolas Pachin was positioned to be the superior general of the Jesuits. That's in 2008. And so with everyone looking at the Jesuits over the last few years, exposing the fact that they do control the New World Order, they're behind the Vatican, they're behind the One World Government, they're behind all of these interlocking groups that govern the New World Order. It's the Jesuits that have global governance. They control the One World Government. And the Jesuits realised that eventually people would be aware of this, because they're positioning their presidents and prime ministers out for all to see, and people will eventually realise that they're all Jesuit alumni, they all come from Jesuit universities, they're all under the power of the Pope of Rome, they're all Vatican Knights. Really what I'm saying is this: eventually people would realise that really the Jesuits do control all governments. They have complete control over the governments of the earth, because, I mean, even look at the European Union, look at Herman von Rompuy, you know, he's Jesuit trained from a Jesuit alumni university. This is how the Jesuits have the power they do, is through education. And so eventually they would position a Pope of Rome to be a Jesuit, to be a high Jesuit. Pope Francis, obviously Bergoglio, was a high Jesuit provincial from Argentina. Okay, let me go back to Hans Kolvenbach and let me explain this revelation to you. But I had to share that just to lay a foundation for this message. Now, if you look into Hans Kolvenbach, he was positioned by Pedro Rope, the Jesuit general, and the Jesuits are known as the company. Okay, they're called Jesuits by Protestants, but really they are the company, not of Jesus, but just they're the company. They are Knights of the Virgin, the Knights Templars. The Knights Templars were not destroyed. Peter Hans Kolvenbach resigned in 2008, and Adolfo Nicolas was positioned to be the Black Pope. So everyone exposing the Jesuits, everyone exposing the Black Pope in the anti-Vatican movement. They all believed that Adolfo Nicolas was the Jesuit general. Officially he was positioned. I believe that myself. I brought that revelation out for over 2 years, you know. But then something unusual happened. We had the Pope of Rome, Pope Benedict, the White Pope, resign in March, and we had Pope Francis positioned as a high Jesuit provincial over the whole of South America to be the sovereign pontiff, to be the Bishop of Rome, to be the Pope of the Roman Catholic Church Universal. So from 2008 to 2013, what we have is we have a Black Pope, Covenbach, resign, Adolfo Nicolas positioned, we have a White Pope resign, and we have a Jesuit High Provincial positioned as the Pope of Rome. You see, so officially, all that people are going to do is look at Adolfo Nicolas. And of course he is a High Jesuit on the Jesuit Council, but he is not the Black Pope. He was merely brought out and brought forth to bring diversion away from the fact that for the first time in history, the Jesuits have a Black Pope who has become the White Pope. That's what's happened. I am 100% convinced of that, and the more that I dig into this revelation, the more convinced I am every day of it. This is what's happened. This is what the Jesuits have done. And they always work in harmony. That's how they work when they operate this way. That's their modus operandi. They always work together in harmony. That's how you know that this is a work of the Jesuits. Pope Francis being positioned. He's not just a High Jesuit provincial. No, he's not. He came into the Jesuit order in 1953, and he was overseen by Pedro Ruppi, and he worked with Hans Covenbach on the Jesuit Curia in Rome from the Church of the Jesuit. What you're looking at in this picture here is you're looking at Adolfo Nicolas in subordination. Now that is not just, you know, staged in that sense. That's real. You're looking at Adolfo Nicolas, who is subordinate to his general, who is Pope Francis. And we see here in these pictures that Father Adolfo Nicolas is not wearing his Jesuit general garments the way that he normally does, because he's standing before the general. He's dressed like an ordinary provincial. He's dressed as an ordinary High Jesuit on the Jesuit Curia, on the Jesuit High Council, because that's all he is. I believe he governs the Curia, but he's not the general of the company. And if Jesuits are listening to this, you'll understand what I'm saying when I say harmony. This is the way the Jesuits work. You have a Black Pope resigned, Covenbach. You have Adolfo Nicolas positioned in the middle of this operation so that everyone officially sees him as the superior Jesuit general. So that when Pope Benedict resigns, suddenly no one was prepared for that, and then we have Pope Francis being ordained as the Pope of Rome. So this is the way the Jesuits work, always in deception, always in diversion. That's how they work. Okay, now I've had to explain that, and I'm not going to make this a long video, but I felt responsible to really explain that, because sometimes in the videos that I'm bringing out, I don't go into it a lot, and I have to remember that a lot of people don't have this revelation, and it's only really just really analysing this a couple of months ago that I realised exactly what the Jesuit Curia have done here. And it's very shrewd and it's very devious, but this is what they've done. They've positioned a Black Pope to be the head of the Jesuits, and also to govern the Vatican as the White Pope. It's never happened before. But the only way they could do it This is the only way they could do it, is to have Hans Kulmbach resign. And he chose Adolfo Nicholas to be put forth as diversion, so that when Pope Francis becomes the Pope of Rome, no one would know that he's the Black Pope, no one would suspect that he's the Jesuit general, because Adolfo Nicholas is the general. But you see the harmony here, the harmony. That's the key to understanding this, the harmony. Okay. So we have a Black Pope today who is the superior general of the Jesuits. Let me bring a conclusion. The Jesuits of Rome do control the world. I'm not going to go deep into that, that's all of my other work. But the Jesuits do control the world. They control every government. They control the monarchies. They control the presidents, the prime ministers, the heads of state, because they're all graduated from Jesuit universities. They're all alumni, graduates. That's the only way that you're given power at the top. No other way. No other way. I'm not saying they're high Jesuits. It takes 30 to 40 years to be a Jesuit that has power in this command structure. Or, let me rephrase that, in this chain of command, because it is an army. It's a military order. They're the soldiers of Loyola, it's an army. And when you read the Jesuit oath, and it is the real oath of induction, or what's known as the fourth vow, or extreme oath of induction, that's where you see the real revelation of the New World Order. To overthrow governments. To have a one world government where all nations are subordinate to the Pope. But here we have the Pope of Rome, Pope Francis, out in the open now. He's not just a high Jesuit provincial, so every time you have, say, Obama or Herman von Rompuy or Angela Merkel or any of these world leaders, when they come to the Vatican and they bow in subordination to the Pope, they're not bowing just to a Jesuit provincial. They're actually showing open subordination to the Black Pope. He's ruled the governments covertly, secretly for the last couple of hundred years, you know. This is a secret alliance. This is a secret covenant between the monarchies. It's also known as the Holy Alliance. That's another name for it. So the monarchies, the Catholic bloodlines, the Catholic sovereigns, they're already under the power of the Black Pope. They have been for hundreds of years. And the Jesuits will put to death and assassinate any president, any monarch, anyone, any head of state, any politician that defies Rome. You see, the Jesuits worked through the popes of Rome for hundreds of years in order to control the governments of the earth, and now they have complete control. The Black Pope is coming forth as the White Pope. It's obvious what's happened. At some point they were going to do this. This is the end game. It's obvious. Do you think the Black Pope is always going to be in the shadows? Of course he controls all governments covertly and secretly. But do you think he's always going to be in that position? Of course not. Ultimately, he's going to come forth as the Black Pope. They destroyed the power of the papacy generations ago. The last pope to resist them was Pope John Paul I, and he was not killed because of a P2 Masonic scandal. Don't believe that by Jesuit coadjutor David Yallop. No, they were killed by the Society of Jesus because he wanted to bring restraints upon the Jesuits. He wanted to limit the power of the general. And for that, once the Jesuits realised that, he was put to death very quickly after 30 days. Conclusion. If you want to ask questions, go ahead, leave comments. It's something that's very deep, you know. What we're talking about is very deep, and but you know, there's multi-levels to this New World Order conspiracy. But what I'm revealing to you now is the truth. I've spent 3 years sometimes just working day after day after day after day to dig into this conspiracy, and I respect other researchers that I've had contact with, like Eric John Phelps and Craig Oxley, and you know, we'll all differ on different issues, but the truth of the matter is the Black Pope is the one that controls the world. He controls all the Vatican knighthoods, he controls the papal bloodlines of Italy, and they have more power than the Rothschilds. But, okay, thank you for watching the video, and as always, all roads lead to Rome.